Good morning, everyone. This is a quick sound check. First of all, I may not be able to get onto the mic at 9 o'clock, a little bit later. So, just first of all, I just want to, okay, thank you, Ty Man. Anybody on YouTube can hear me also? Just want to see, make sure that YouTube is up and running also. And you can also see the screen, right? You guys can see the screen. Okay. So, I'm just waiting for anybody in YouTube to let me know. So, I may be a little bit later getting onto the mic this morning. Okay. So, I'm going to put myself on mute now and I'll put a little announcement up. All right, everybody, I'm now back. So first of all, yeah, welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, May the 6th. My name is, I'm not muted now. Somebody's saying I'm muted. I should not be muted now. You guys should be able to hear me now in both rooms. Okay, just doing a sound check. I was on mute until right now. Okay. Okay, guys. There was a message. Can't you guys see the message? I did say I probably wouldn't be back till about 9:15. Anyway, okay. Just looking to see what's happening here. So the XBP, guys, this is the big one this morning, obviously. Oh, man, I saw this one. I was up very early myself today and saw this one right around 320. Said, well, how much further can it go? Well, it got up to around 470. I don't see any specific news. I'm just looking, scanning some headlines. They had some news on the 2nd, but, we're now the 6th. Before I go any further, trade of the week. The trade of the week is SMR. SMR is the trade of the week. And the trigger point is 6:30. Now, I may be at that point right now, but the theory is, though, you got to wait for the market to open. I mean, you want to take it now, you go ahead, of course, if you want to. But technically, it's got to hit 6:30 during market hours, okay? So technically, but if you want to take it now, and let's see. I know Steve. I'm trying to see where this could go. Yeah, I mean, you can see if it can ever take out 685. Man, it has a lot of room. Anyway, that is the trade of the week. SMR. This is a buyout. PRFT is a buyout. It's an earnings play and a buyout, I believe. Yeah, it's a buyout. You can see how it's flatlining. Didn't really see that much this morning. TCBP. No, I think they're trying to buy some company. Execution of the second non-binding letter of intent for an acquisition. Okay, so they're trying to buy some company. This well, wait a minute, it just jumped on me. ALLR. Now, what is the pullback like? 142 down to 117. I think basically they received their NAS compliance. Stockholders' equity is significantly above the 2.5 million minimum required by NASDAQ. Okay, so it's not just the fact that it has to be over $1. So this could get interesting. What's the float? 4.89 million. Well, all the trades of the week are longs, yes. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, Sherry, and by the way, you look like you're new, so welcome, is up to you, of course. When you get the email, it's all laid out. OM, let's see, actually, it's still pretty good. Thought maybe I pulled back a little bit more, but it has not. OM. And receiving FDA 510 clearance. William, you probably could explain that. Palantir was just before I, let's see, where is Palantir right now? PLTR. Yeah, it's having a little bit of a run. Also, PLTR is having a little bit of a run. CMMB. Let's see what this one. I think this is a real cheap one. Yeah, it's under $1. CMMB. On the downside, EYPT, big drop here for EYPT. And that is because the company's phase 2 did not meet its pre-specified primary endpoint. So EYPT, that's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I have to keep an eye on this one. Now, it's had interesting. I mean, it's gone from 11 all the way up to 14. All right, what I want to do now is take a look at the sectors. We're in for a positive open. This is take a look at the pre-market and the SPY. So market's been moving a bit. There are a couple of Fed presidents talking today, almost one after the other. Let's see what time. At 12:50 and 1 o'clock. So Barkin talks at 12:50, and I can't get his. Where are you there? And Williams at 1 o'clock. So we've got 12:50 and 1 o'clock. A couple of the Fed presidents talking. See how that might affect the market. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from. I'm going to load what I've created. You guys can always go to the channel bar and go to the sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And as I say, we're in for a positive open. Look at energy. So XLE, this is the major ETF for energy, 100% in green. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So energy is strong, as are all of the major sectors. They're all pretty strong. And I'm hearing MULN right now, guys. MULN must be making a bit of a pop here. So what I'm looking for, I'm looking to see if there's anything that is counter to the trend. In other words, would there be one energy play that's down 4%, whereas every other one is up? I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything that is standing out. I mean, you can see Charter Communications is down 1.24%. Going a little against. I wonder if this is an earnings play for Charter. No. Okay, no, I was just saying MULN. Yeah, MULN, a little bit of a pop here, guys. Is that right? Mara is going to be added to the S&P, small, what is it, mid-size or mid-cap 600? There's so many of them. When I say so many of them, there's so many of these different little S&Ps. Oh, so you're saying Vista, VST is going to be added to the S&P 500. Wow. Pretty big deal for Vista, VST. The company will be, man, who's being turfed? Check. So okay in our YouTube room, Zavi. Make sure you've got checked. I don't know, like it's hard for me to know, of course, but your top lists, or make sure you've got it looking something on your top lists that when you click on time frame, live during market hours, okay? Or I'm sorry, live always. You may be stuck on Friday, so make sure it says live always on your top lists, okay? So when you ask what app I'm using, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So if you're talking about that app, I'm using Trade Ideas. Cliff, this is another person in our YouTube room. Which one of my scans? I've got what you cannot see on my other monitor, but it should be here. You can see it right there, Barbara Mullen, MULN, right there. Okay, so this is their news. Signs an agreement with California-based and HVIP approved National Auto Fleet Group. And this is the craziness of this, right? You buy a Mullen and you get a $45,000 cash voucher at purchase. Um, I think, I think these vehicles go for about 65,000 to start anyway. So that's one heck of a rebate. This news hit. This was last week too. I mean, this is not new today. GME, are you not shortable for me? There are some shorts available today now. So GME had, as I said, there was no reason for this run other than, the original meme stock. There was no news for this run on GME. The last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, it is now dropped down below the 200-day moving average. Okay, that blue line there, down below the 200-day moving average. So my anticipation is that we might see it's because there was no reason. In fact, I'm just going to read what it says. Trading higher despite no company specific announcements. So again, it was just the memers, I guess, felt okay, but they didn't do anything with AMC, not that I could see. I don't think they did really anything much with AMC. No. So it was just GME. Let's see DraftKings, guys. DKNG, a DKNG, DraftKings. Yeah, it's only up 1%. Had a little bit of a spike up. Interesting. Here's Paramount. Now, is there more news now on this one other than here we go. Takeovers gains pre-market following the takeover talk reports. Okay, so Sony and Apollo. Okay, the deal with Skydance expired on Friday. However, it was said the exclusive window could still be extended. So the saga continues with Paramount, PARA. Meanwhile, I only know this because I have this one thumbnailed. CVNA Carvana, man oh man, still excuse me. Yeah, Carvana is still alive and kicking above, getting close to Friday's highs. Well, I saw that. I have a question about the cannabis plays. Well, I had all right, I did see CGC popped a little bit this morning, 2%. Again, it's now they inked, they got a $50 million financing deal. They announced that on the 3rd, though. So that I'm just looking to see. Yeah, I mean, it's just news driven, guys. I mean, whether or not your DEA is going to reschedule or get it through, rescheduling cannabis to be not quite as devastating as heroin, etc. I shouldn't make light of it, but anyway, I mean, you're going to ask. I have no idea. News could come out that it's just news driven right now. But here's BTIG sees murky road ahead for cannabis reclassification. I know there's groups that are against it, so. And you can see last week, I mean, CGC got up to what, 15.15, closed at 10. So, I mean, there's a 33% drop. All right, guys. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. The first thing I want to do is I want to get my layout that I actually use for when the market opens. So I'm just going to get rid of all this. And you will see that the big window down here is essentially the same as the pre-market actives up. The only difference is this window has to have at least 200,000 shares. Most of these that you see here, you're going to recognize from the pre-market actives up. This is what I use. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with on your system, Bezavi. It's so difficult for me to know. Okay, it's not like there's a switch I can say, "Well, just do this." You might have to go and I'll send you to our homepage. I'm talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room. Have to go to our homepage and maybe have them take a look at your account. Okay, or go to my homepage and start a chat. Okay, it's impossible for me to know why something like that is happening on yours for your layout. Do you have a green ball here? Is it green, showing that you are connected correctly? Okay, well then I really can't help. So you're going to have to go to the homepage, go to my homepage, and click on the link. And when you do that, little chat, little need help. Okay, need help, and ask. Click on the ask, and then click on the chat, and you see there are people there waiting for you to ask them questions. Okay, give them your email address that you use to sign up with Trade Ideas, and they'll take a look at your account, make sure everything is square there. Okay, I just can't help. I mean, I have no idea why something like that is happening. At XBP at 8 a.m., 2.5 million shares were traded, and it didn't move. Well, I probably don't have a. You mean right here? Well, remember now, it already had a pop from $2 up to 3.49. So I don't know, maybe some profit. There was a battle between the buyers and the sellers right here. I mean, I don't know for sure. Okay, battle between the buyers and the sellers right here. A lot of people. I mean, if they got in at $2, they're looking to sell. So a lot of volume came in. I mean, I don't know for sure, Thomas. Yeah. So William, I know you're out of this one. So this one, Lyra, Lyra. Yeah. So as William said, probably a one-trick pony. In other words, you really don't have any much more going on other than this drug. And so when their trial did not meet its primary endpoint, nothing much more happening with this company. So see, this Goss was halted. This is obviously under $1. Yeah. Okay. Halted and now resumed. Okay. So yeah, we're in for a nice open on the SPY, guys. Well, 500 defended. I mean, 500 has been defended pretty nicely. When I say 500, I'm talking, of course, the 500 level on the SPY. Let me get a SPY daily chart up, and you can see that what day was this? This was on the April 19th. It did get down to 493. On Thursday, it got down to 499. But this 500 level has been defended so far. And we have a ton of companies releasing earnings this week. This week. Over 1,000 companies releasing earnings this week. Last week, there were about 1,000. And it was very exciting. I mean, lots and lots of action in the 10-day daily breakouts and the breakdowns. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to this open. So, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. And as I said before, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. I run the risk of something just racing on me right from the beginning and not stopping, but I am prepared mentally for that. Okay. And that's not a recommendation to do the same thing I do, but just telling you what I do. Oh, and before, let's see, what time is it? Yeah, about 15 seconds. If you've got the AI, this is all I would do. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window, okay? And this is the window you'll see. Notice it's blank. You'll get no alerts until 9:40. Until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean we'll get anything at 9:40, but there is a delay of getting anything until at least 10 minutes after the market opens. Okay, and now we're open. All right, OM is on the move here, guys. OM on the move. Now, I think this had this is the one that had this FDA 510 clearance. I'm sure that means something to somebody. In the pre-market, it did get up to around 374. Let's take a look at XBP, the big flyer in the pre-market. I think it's pulled back somewhat. Yeah, so this is pulling back. Now, if you're into pullback plays, the VWAP is at 395, so it's approaching the VWAP, okay? Approaching the VWAP. Now, BENF, the crazy one from Friday. Let's see if this is going to do something crazy again. So pre-market high for BENF was around just over 10. And I don't think we saw any news on this one. It just, it did it on its own. Got up to $13. Of course, it pulled all the way back down to 677, so almost half. Carvana continues to make a move. CVNA. Tupperware. Now, I don't know what stage they're in with their chapter 11, I guess. Having a little bit of a pop. I see IART just got halted on the way down. IART just got halted on the way down. And SGE, this is some kind of a buyout, I believe. Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this is a buyout, I believe. After FG announced the proposed acquisition. Oh, okay. So this is a little bit different. This is okay. This is I'm trying to figure out. Okay, FGAC, is that, if I type that in, FGAC? No. What I'm trying to find out, okay, with SGE, they look like it's the acquisition company wanting to acquire them, but typically the SPAC acquires companies that are not trading, and they're taking them public. So I'm not sure how to interpret this. Somebody in the room must know. I'm sure either Draw or Casa probably. Uber, guys. Uber is an earnings play this week. Okay. Uber is an earnings play this week. UBER. So pretty strong. I mean, there's an all-time high, I believe, for Uber, $82. Yeah. So it is, it's near the lifetime high. Well, glad we didn't hop in this. So BENF just got halted on the way down. BENF halted on the way down. All right, TSN earnings play showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. I may do this one early. The only issue I've got when I say early, I like to wait 15 minutes before I take any trades, but we saw last week. Now the next low looking left is 57.93. That's a little bit close. And a lot of the when I talk about my scans, I'm sharing all these scans. Any scan I'm talking about, I'm sharing. Okay, so there's the 10-day daily breakdown for TSN. And EYPT is another one. Yes, EYPT 1348 was the alert. And is this an earnings play? This is not an earnings play. Has earnings on the 8th. But ahead of that, companies phase 2 did not meet. Okay, did not meet the primary endpoint. So this is wow. I mean, this has got room underneath here. Look at that, 588. Wow. Okay. The TSN guys, well, I didn't, yeah. I just have such a difficult time taking these early trades. I may have done it if I hadn't seen that low right there, but doesn't matter now. TSN just getting crushed from 64 down to 57. Canadian company A, kidding, of course, but EH, this is in the China aviation sector. Okay, EH. Now, I think China itself is very strong this morning. I put up KWeb. Put KWeb up. And yeah, look at KWeb. So it's still very strong. Well, I shouldn't say that. Only up 0.29% now. But certainly look at China. I mean, what a 2 days it had last week. But you know what? You can even say from here, which is April 19th, other than one day down, it's been straight up from 25 to 30. SUPV, guys. SUPV, what's the float? Huge float, 292 million. Argentinian stock. Big float. It's just showing up on the momentum scan. Yeah, the XBP showed up, would have shown up for sure on the relative strength leaders from the open last week, for sure. Definitely on Thursday. Probably a little bit on Friday, but definitely on Thursday, XBP. Now, the VWAP is 394. So it's trying, I mean, it did break down below it a bit. There's the orange line there. That is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So we've got the VWAP and maybe the 10 SMA trying to act as a bit of support. And maybe that level will hold. and it could pop again. Now, the issue I've got with it is when you take a look at XBP on the 15-minute chart, look at all these topping tails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row. What that means, of course, is that at one point the price was up here higher, and then the buyer or sellers kept knocking it down every time. Oh, no kidding. I've got to get less conservative on these guys. It's sort of driving me nuts. Look at that, 1348. This is my scan, okay? You can have it. But look at this, 1348 now down to 1211. It's just a hard habit, not to break, if you will, not trading in the first 15 minutes, but on these 10-day daily breakdowns especially if they're usually breaking down for one of two reasons: earnings play or some bad news. And of course, in this case, bad news, EYPT, and in the TSN, that is an earnings play. So that little low there didn't stall it at all. All right, guys, if you have our AI, there's one in here now. And now this one just got halted on the way down. EYPT just got halted on the way down. So, we don't often see the halts on the way down that much, but look at this. So this screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? The blue screen you see here is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you can't see the symbol, but this is EYPT, halted at 1166, potential open 1053, potential. That's what this column is telling me. So if you are fortunate enough to be short this, you're looking pretty good coming out of that halt. And typically the halts are 5 minutes long. Meanwhile, the overall market was a little bit red right there, but buyers have stepped in. So we've got an opening green candle to start. Boy, big move here now for this TCPB. Big move for the TCBP. Now, somebody said, announce the execution. So they're intending to acquire a company. They're not being acquired. They are intending to acquire a company. And the next high looking left is 327 on the daily chart. So obviously there's room. Looks like XBP is giving up that VWAP area, guys. So it may not have that bounce in it. Nuvo started trading as Nuvo last week, NUVO. Not really good. No, I don't know if this is an IPO. Look at that now, guys. The TCBP just got halted on the way up. You can see it right here. You can see it in the 10-day daily breakout right there. This EFresh, guys, EFSH, if it can take out this high right there, around 318, look at the room it's got, 367 or so. It's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on it. Man, look at Carvana. Many brokers with egg on their face on this one, with all the downgrades. Well, not just downgrades, but basically suggesting this would go to zero. And look at this, Carvana CVNA. All right, now TSN just showed up on the combo scan. Okay, I may take it. I'm just looking how well it holds underneath 57. I know it's already down a lot, but when I look left, it still has room, $55. So it does still have some room. Okay, guys, I'm really watching TSN right now. See how well it holds under 57. Okay, guys, really watching TSN here. I want to see if it really holds under 57. It's got this a lot of room underneath. I mean, the next low looking left is 55.87, so it's got about $1 to that low. It is an earnings play. Of course, got hammered down already, but and then EYP. Wow. So if you were fortunate enough, I'm sorry, no, this actually popped, didn't it? EYPT actually popped a bit. It was halted at what? 1166. So it actually popped a little bit. A little coffee pour. OM guys. Okay, I can talk about it now. I don't want to, not fair for those who pay for the AI, but look at OM now, guys. That was the first alert from our AI this morning. Okay, 388 was the alert. Now it popped up to 422, and look left. 433 is the high looking left. So that would, to me anyway, that would have been a sign as I got closer to at least take some off. Excuse me, take some off if you took it. TSN guys, TSN, and not for those of us in Canada, the Sports Network, TSN. All right, so this one got halted at 283 and it resumed at 282. So this is it doesn't look like it's going to do it. Sometimes what I'll do on a halt is if it comes out of the halt, moves a little bit above the halt price, and then comes down below the halt price, which was 283, and then goes back above the halt price. So in other words, a little pop, a little drop below, and then a pop above. Sometimes I'll take sort of like now. Now let's see if I can get above 283. Okay, here's another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Bowl, I believe, is an earnings play, BOWL. I guess nobody's bowling these days. BOWL. Very, very creative name for them, Bolero. 884 is the next low looking left. Okay, give me a moment here. Oh, now this one was really active on Friday. MI was very well a couple of days though, but Friday especially. Look at MI. This was yeah, this is and now active again today. Ooh, just give me a moment. Hmm. You're right. GME actually did pop. You're right. Over 16 now. TSN guys, another new low for TSN. Watching Bolero right here, BOWL. Watching to see how well it holds under 10. I'd love to take this short. There's nothing really. Give me a moment on this Bolero, BOWL. The alert was at 981. This is what I'm talking about, okay? 981. I mean, two excellent ones so far, TSN and the EYPT. Yes, I know EYPT jumped, but I mean, if you got in it anywhere close to the 1340 mark, you're laughing. So I'm just watching Bolero here, see if it gets back down to that 981 level. Because the next low looking left is $1 away. So let me see if I just put a price alert down in this area just to alert me to see if that happens. Nouveau's on the move, guys. Nouveau is getting a risher. Nouveau riche. Sorry. NUVO getting yeah, look at this. Look at this move here for NUVO. All right, so BENF resumed, but this got halted on the way down and resumed. So the reason why I'm sort of intent on watching this Bolero, BOWL, is because the longer well, I mean, it's right at that 10 level. And I think 10 is such a psychological number for it to take out if it can do it. Wow, now Nouveau just got halted. Nouveau just got halted. So the next high looking left is 540 for Nouveau, NUVO. And where could it open? So the halt's at 429. No big clue here, guys. 430, no big clue where it could open. Wow, this bull is just hanging at 10, guys. 998, 10. Bid asks, just hanging right at 10. By the way, if you're new to either one of the rooms, the YouTube room or the main room, welcome. Should always remember to welcome anybody who's new. It's a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so you have questions about trade ideas itself, the program, or any other maybe market type questions. Don't be shy. Well, I keep waiting on a, okay, either break one way or the other. Okay, this is bull, break one way or the other. All right. Well, while I wait to see what happens, let's take a look at this NUVO. So it's halted at 429. So if it's the first halt, yeah. If it somehow maybe pops a little, or even when it resumes, it drops a little bit and then gets through 429 again, that is when sometimes I'll take the trade. Okay. Again, this is not a recommendation to do the same as me. I've just noticed that on the first halt, from the first halt, that can be let's call it a beneficial trade. Okay, but it's risky. Obviously, trying to play now the SGE. So this is still halted. SGE is still halted. Just give me a moment. Okay, so with this market right now, the way it is, I want to look at some of these bounce plays, the gap down and reversals. Yeah, I mean GME got to hand it to it. I mean it's still got up to 1743 last week. There's no earthly reason for it other than the memers have decided, well, let's get involved with you again for a while anyway. OM guys from our AI looking, I mean, if it can take this out here, two levels, okay, 433 and 443. Takes either of those out, and then you've got you've got 567 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So okay, so it did get down below the halt price, 429. Ah, I hope. Yeah. Missed it. Missed it. It would have been probably a very quick trade. I'm not sure how if I could have got all I wanted, but would have been a very, very quick trade. Because look what happened. It did get down below the 429, and then it shot right up to 480. So much for a sleepy Monday. This is so far lots and lots of action here, guys. William, what is an FDA 510K clearance? Is that something what is this? I mean, it is basically saying, okay, Outset has resumed Distribution with pre-filtration and has product available to ship to customers in the United States. Is that what that is giving them? I'm not sure. I don't know that designation at all. Oh, okay, says the device is as good as one on the market. Okay. Well, look, if Nouveau, there's the high looking left is 540. I'm going to stick an alert there just in case it does something crazy. The high up here is 630, and that is NUVO. So there's this SGE, and yeah, and it just resumed. So Mara, because of that news about getting into the S&P 600, I guess this is moving. I mean, because Bitcoin is not moving. Myo, guys, MYO. Where could this go? Oh, this has got some room, guys. Look at this on the weekly chart, $5. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but look at the room this MYO has. Pretty low float, 28 million in the float. Yeah, another halt with this SGE. Very low float, 1.8 million in the float. Look how many shares have traded. Relative volume, only 5,177. What does that mean? That means it's trading 5,100 well now 5,152 times normal. Normal meaning up to this time of day, 10 o'clock on average. So on average, it's trading 5,127 times that average up to this time of day. Which makes sense when you look at this daily chart. You can't even see. I mean, you'd have to hover over and really like the volume here is 2,600 shares. Had a little bit of a lift on Friday. There was your clue, I guess. 654,000 shares, and then of course today exploding on 19 million and counting. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:03. I'm going to be back in about. Give me about 5 minutes, okay? I shall return, but oops. Time is 10:03. Say I'm going to say back around a 10:10. Hopefully earlier, but All right, guys, I am now back. And look at the SPY. For some reason, I had an alert for the SPY. Yeah, Alex, depends what the question is, but I'll do my best to help. Yes. This is in our YouTube room. So Nuvo obviously popped above Friday's high and pulled back a bit. So Alex, hopefully you heard me. I'm talking to Alex in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, the market just surging, guys. Just surging here, guys. SGE just resumed. So right now, I'd be looking at a lot of bounce plays. Okay, I mean, with the market, if the market's going to continue to do something like this, maybe a stock that was kind of beaten up a bit for bounce trades, like, well, quite frankly, BOWL instead of I mean, my bias obviously was to short it, but all right, I better find out. Alex, can you hear me? This is just talking to Alex in our YouTube room, okay? When you guys ask questions, it really helps me to know if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, it's really hard for me to help, okay? Because it's hard to via text. Depends on the question, though. So this is okay. So this is an earnings play, guys. AESI is an earnings play, getting close to the high of last week. Meanwhile, man, oh man, oh man, Nuvo. Wow. Well, maybe it'll take out the all-time high. I mean, it's just started trading last week. 630 is the all-time high. Very, very nice, guys, from the AI. OM. Very nice from the AI. There's almost a 15% move now. Okay. 388 was the alert. We're at 450 now. Certainly, I would have, if you're in this one, I would have taken some profit around here. But when you look left, the room, 567 on the weekly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the amount of room it still has on the weekly chart anyway. Am I can you guys hear me in YouTube? I got to make sure somebody asked me a question and I'm asking, can he hear me? And I'm not getting a response. I want to make sure. Okay. Thank you, John. Oh man. Well, guys, there's Nuvo now. Nuvo just took out the high of 2 days ago when it started trading as Nuvo, Nuvo. Thank you, Irene. Okay. And Peter D. I just wanted to make sure because Alex asked a question and I asked if you could hear me, and I'm getting zero response. I'm looking at this bull now, guys, as a potential bounce play. The reason being is that when I look left on the 15-minute chart, the next high is around 1067. So meanwhile, man, oh man, Nuvo. No real, I mean, it did have some action in the pre-market, but it wasn't up that much. I mean, it closed at 218, it got down to 219. So certainly it had some action in the pre-market, but nothing that would indicate this was going to happen. Israeli stock. Probably we have no float information because it's so new. So I just checked, but I'm sure you have checked the other site. Do they have anything? Yeah, they've got 12 million in the float, right? 12.6 million in the float for Nuvo. So I'm going to just give me a moment. I have it listed. Draw. I just unless I typed it in incorrectly, but I thought unless I put in the wrong symbol. Yeah, right here. 12.62. Nuvo. Maybe when maybe they just added it. Maybe when you looked earlier, it wasn't there. This is a site we go to, guys, when we have no float information or, I see something under a million. I always like to check this site. But you saw I just displayed, right? You saw I just displayed for Nuvo. How could that be? How can I get it? Let me do one more time, make sure I'm not hallucinating. Okay. Nuvo Group, Nuvo. Float, 12.62 million. Just give me a moment, guys. If you're talking about the short float percent, I don't think so. It just gives the short. No. You're talking about the short float percent, right? I don't think it does give that info. It just tells you what the flow, like what the in shares, how many are short, are not short. No, it doesn't tell. No, it doesn't give you that info at all. Let me look again, though. I don't think it gives you that info at all. It just tells you how many are in the float. But let me. I might be wrong. Maybe there's somewhere else it does, but it just tells you what the float is and how many outstanding shares. Boy, this unit is getting clobbered again, guys. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown on Friday, and wow, look at this, and it's continuing to get clobbered. Unit, UNIT. Boy, there's some there's so many to talk about. MYO, look at MYO. I know I just flashed this up when it was a little over 4. Bull is starting to do the little bounce. All right, keep an eye on SGBX. Okay, of course, this was a crazy one on Friday. SGBX got all the way up to 934. Very risky, very low float. Okay, look what it's doing though. You know, it's had the drop, and you can kind of see if it can maybe take out the 438 level, get up to that level, get out of all this chop. It might have a run in it. Okay, so that's all I'm doing. I'm just putting an alert there. If it happens, great. And it's all about looking left, because look at the room it's got if it wants to, be a bit of a runner today also. And that's the SGBX. They did I guess the reason why they've dropped it, they did a $4 million private placement. I guess that's the reason they dropped. What was the price? $290. So it's way above that price, guys, way above. OM is absolutely killing it. You're absolutely right. OM is absolutely killing it. And again, as I said, here is your next high looking left, 571. So if you have our AI, guys, it says, oh, I'm going to flash this for you. It's not fair for those that pay for it, but look at that. You know, this is all I would look at. All I would look at, just that window. Don't go to the channel. I got, in my opinion, way too much information on the channel. It'll overwhelm you. That's the only window that you need to follow the AI alerts all day long. Oh, I see. So Unit is selling bonds for their takeover. Okay. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:20 around this time, and I think I'll do it today. This is when I talk a little bit about the information you can find on my homepage. Including all the scans that I'm sharing, which are really giving you all these opportunities. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top is a way in which you can take out a subscription, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. All I ask is this: if you do decide at some point in time to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This is a free room, free rooms, the YouTube room and the other room and the main room. The way we keep them free is every time you take out a subscription using my code, the room gets credit. And then so the company doesn't mind keeping it free. It's really that simple. Okay, let me answer one question from our YouTube room before I keep going. Siva asked, how to exit a sound alert. You mean how to take the sound alert off? Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Do you mean like if you've got a sound alert on an alert window and you don't want to hear it anymore? Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. So here I happen to have a sound alert on this scan I call Momo. Okay. So all you have to do is right click and go to Properties, Actions, and uncheck the Play Sound. Okay. I'll do it again. So go to your alert window that you want to remove the sound alert. Right click. Property down to Properties. When you hover over Properties, the box should pop up. Right at the top is Actions, and then just uncheck the Play Sound and then say OK. Okay. And don't forget to save your work at the end of the day, because every change you make, unless you save your layout or your work or whatever, it won't be saved. It's that simple. Just like any other software program, typically you make a change, you've got to save. Okay, good. Now, the other thing, just for other people, if you want to get rid of all your sound alerts, okay, if you don't want to hear sound alerts for whatever reason, this is a toggle or a little sound icon between our Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. This is an on off. If I click on it, a little slash comes through it. That turns all the sound alerts off anywhere you have a sound alert. Okay, you can toggle all of them on and off. Okay, continuing on my homepage. So we already talked about my promo code. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. Click on the Get Started. This will run you through. There are 10 short videos. The first one, to download and install your first startup and login, etc. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, these are the key elements of Trade Ideas right here. 10 short videos. You must do that before you do anything else. If you are new to trading, we've got a series of videos that I think you'll find very beneficial. Okay, Trading 101, put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, I think there are about 38 videos, and it's all free. I do a Stock of the Day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Trade of the Week is also free. Let's see how it's doing today. SMR is the trade of the week. This is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And there is a suggested entry price, and I can see it did not hit it. The pre-market does not count. The suggested entry is $6.30. Yes, it did get up there in the pre-market, but well, let me make sure. Well, there's 945. Yeah, so it has not hit. It has not hit the trigger of 630. Okay. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I mean, you could take it now if you wanted, but the suggested entry is $6.30. Okay. Well, HYMC, I have a question. Do I think it's good long term? I mean, I'm not a fan, so but I think it's it's shopping around here. I mean, it's Remember they did reverse splits. This looks more inflated than it really is if you adjust it for its reverse split. I'm just not a fan. Okay, Bezavi. I mean, it's a gold or silver play. I guess it's going to a little bit dependent on what the sector is doing. I have no idea at what stage they're at. I know they've got some mine somewhere. So, but don't ask me about the HYMC. I mean, I'm sorry. You've asked me. I've expressed my opinion. Okay. I mean, if you're looking at it fundamentally, run. If you're looking at it somehow from, but I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just, a lot of chopping around on the weekly chart. All right. Next, education section. We have a big education section right here. I'm going to click on it. We have a great user guide. If you click on this user guide, a lot of questions that I get, a lot of them can be found in the user guide. I have no problem demonstrating, how to find things. But for instance, we had a question about sound alerts. Okay. There is a whole section on sound alerts, and it would certainly tell you how to take it off. But again, ask questions. I have no problem. I'm merely pointing out that the guide, I mean, why it's important to know that we have a guide and that we do have these sections because, next week you may forget what I said about something. And so at least you have a guide as a reference. So here's the getting started again. The alert windows, a lot more information about alert windows and top list windows. If you're looking at stock races, I don't really use stock races anymore, but this is a lot of information here. I use price alerts all the time. But again, there's a lot of information in our guide, just like any other user guide and software program, a lot of information. You don't have to learn them at all. Okay. Don't think, man, way too complicated. You don't have to learn it all. Getting started series again. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from us in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I will confirm with Chris before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. And I should always point out, there are two rooms. There's a YouTube room and then what I call the main trading room. Both see me or see my screen and can hear me. The main trading room is a lot more active with activity in terms of other traders talking amongst themselves, okay? Texting, not obviously not on a mic. The YouTube room is fine if you want to stay there. Glad it worked out for you, Peter, in our YouTube room. So, Chris, so I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern. 5 days of the week, we have 5 different traders who take over for me. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over and you can listen to somebody else's trading style, okay? And last, but I don't think least, here are my scans, okay? So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. What you see here is essentially the pre-market actives up, okay? But there it is, relative strength leaders, okay? That's what it's called. I've abbreviated it. I mean, this says relative strength leaders from the close percent. It's just the abbreviation. If you click on this, this is what you're going to see, okay? And this is going to in your face show you the stocks that are active all day long on the way up. The combo scan, I talk about the combo scan. This is what it looks like right here. You don't get very many alerts. And this, the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts, okay? This is what this looks like. Again, you don't get too many alerts. Halts resumes is over here, right there. So again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can take a look at them. You have questions about them. Feel free to ask, okay? And this is all part of the standard service, okay? Now, I am an intraday trader. So, day trader, intraday trader, whatever you want to call it. So, my goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Why do I want to take a trade in something that is not going to move very much? Okay. So that's why this one is front and center, staring at these symbols, staring at me all day long. Now, later on in the day, some other symbol could show up. Okay. But right now, you can see the Nuvo and SGE and XBP. I mean, for a stock to be up 250% or 127%, 65%, I mean, something extraordinary has to be happening. So, for instance, if I look at Nuvo, what is happening extraordinarily? Well, 335 times relative volume. That is one of our great filters for finding stocks trading abnormally. What that number means is that it is, today, it is at this point in time, it is time of day sensitive. Let's call it 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's trading 336 times normal up to this time of day. So obviously, tremendously abnormally. Okay. And there are other ways. Most of my scans have got like a minimum relative volume of at least 3. Okay. So, 3 is pretty abnormal. I mean, this is extremely abnormal, but even 3 is pretty abnormal. Think about it, a stock that's trading 3 times what it normally would trade. But that's the minimum requirement. Okay. Most of the time, let's take a look at MULN. I know it had a pop at the beginning of the day. It's trading 6 times normal as an example. Now, what is Trade Ideas? Kind of got ahead of myself there. So we are a scanner, okay? We alert in real time, okay? Everything that you see here is real time. So what does that mean? There are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. Well, we don't claim to be a scanner. We are a real-time alert scanner. So for instance, if I take a look at this scan that I'm sharing and I right click on it, see it says A, that stands for an alert window, upper left-hand corner. If I right click and click on configure, and then I click on summary, this is going to tell me what this scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, and etc. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was PSTV, and right now you just saw right in front of you, LMAT just made a new, and it's continuing to make a new high. Every time it makes a new high, as long as these filter values are met, you're going to see it. 10:34. That's the time, of course, all times Eastern, and it was at 76.14. Okay, that is, you just saw right in front of you. These are real-time alerts. And again, the program is called Trade Ideas. So just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. It's an idea for me. I would click on it and just check to see, okay, how much room does this have to keep going if it wants to? And what do I mean by that? I have to get out of this, but I will check left on the daily chart, see how much more room before it hits that next high. And if I can't see it on a daily chart, I'll check the weekly chart. How much more room does it have before it hits the next high on the weekly chart? Keep an eye on the XBP, guys. It is trying to curl back a little bit. XBP, okay? So that's an example of now, if you like this scan exactly the way it is, you can have it, of course. It's on my homepage. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you can. You might not like the price range. Maybe you want a different price range. You can make a change. Maybe you want anything else to change. You can do it, of course. If you, of course, you have to have our program to have this. You might have a filter. Maybe you want to add a filter. get used to using trade ideas. Maybe there's a filter that you like, maybe you add it. Okay, up to you. This is what I like to see, doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Instead of summary this time, I'll click on search. So you can see these are the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the top, the two absolutely most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I scroll down a bit more, you're going to see these. When you see these icons, these are the screening, the scanning, or the filter icons that we have. Again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. The only reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and different filters so that the majority of our customers, with all the different trading styles there are out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. You know, the only two I use, new high and new low of the day. Why don't I use these other ones? Because my style of trading is just really concentrating on stocks making new high and lows of the day. It doesn't have to be your style. Okay. And as far as the filters that I'm using, I use very few filters. Again, that's because my trading style, I have a very simple needs. Okay. New high, new low of the day. I have a minimum volume, relative volume, and a couple others, and that's it. That satisfies my needs, but it may not satisfy you, and that's why we have a lot of other different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters. But you don't have to learn them all. And the fact that I don't learn all these other ones to use them doesn't mean they're bad. Okay. Well, you're talking about a little more like Chat GPT, David, right? You're talking about, yeah, maybe down the road. Yeah. No, I'm talking to David in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, in our main room. Maybe down the road. I'm sure. I mean, obviously, it'd be something that would be a lot easier, but I can't tell you when or if. We also have a lot of scans up here. So you saw all the scans that I'm sharing. And if you click on new from our toolbar and then docked channel bar, and these are popped on my other monitor. These are all theme-based channels, okay? They're all theme-based channels and they all have scans in them. So you can take a look at those also. So, I mean, if you're brand new and you feel overwhelmed, like, wow, I don't really know how to start even creating a scan. I mean, you should go to the alert windows, okay, in the guide. It'll show you exactly how you start. But I know some people are lazy. And if I can show you a scan that I have, or there's something up here, why not? All right, what is the overall market doing? Okay, so still very strong. We've had no pullback yet in today's market. Guys, I really would keep an eye on this SGBX, okay, just in case it maybe gets through that 436 mark. Okay, see how it's just basing here now. And I know they did a financing, but it's well above the financing price. And traders like myself will be looking at what they did on Friday. Got up to 930. Very low float though. You got to be awfully careful. Very low float. And if you don't know what the float is, if you're listening to me talk about the float constantly, remember the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. You take the number of shares that are outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders own the C-suiters, the CEO, CFO, etc. Uh, Now, this is more for the larger stocks, but what, say, mutual funds own, because those shares typically cannot be traded on a daily basis. So that gets you down to the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. 20 million for me was a very low float. I probably have to adjust my thinking because we're now, over the last year or so, we're now starting to see stocks that are under 1 million shares in the float, which, I would have, you never, ever, ever, ever would have seen that. Well, you could have, there could have been a lot like that. You just wouldn't see them trading though. But now, we see a lot of stocks that are under 1 million, 2 million, 3 million shares in the float, which is very, very low. So why does that matter? Well, if there's a lot of demand, just like any other commodity on earth, if you have low supply, think of the float as being the supply of stock. So if you have low supply and high demand for whatever reason, then what's going to happen to the price? Price is going to pop, right? Doesn't matter what commodity you can think of. And so Sage, SGEE. I mean, the demand is insane right now, 6,200 times normal in terms of the volume. Look at that, 36 million. The float is 1.87 million. Divide 1.87 into 36. That gets you what we call the float turnover. I mean, this is going to turn the float over constantly all day long. Now, the flip side is not so great though, because if all of a sudden the volume completely dries up, I mean, you can see right here, I mean, the volume has not really dried up for SGE. Look at these volume bars on the 15-minute chart. But all of a sudden, if there's no volume coming in, people get tired or a lot of selling takes place, and then all of a sudden there is no volume, and it just basically goes down to these levels, you will see the stock price just crater probably. Okay, so you've got to be careful on that too. As quickly as these go up on the low float situation, they can come down even more quickly. So I always say, if you get into a trade that is very low float, you cannot wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds, okay? Because you just never know. The rug could get pulled, as we call it, and boom, it can just fall like that, and it's a terrible feeling. So Mara still has a little bit of room, guys. MARA still has a little bit of room over that whole number. Is being added to the, excuse me, at least I was told is being added to the S&P 600. Ah, I see now why. So Vista is joining the S&P 500, replacing Pioneer, which had been bought. So that's the reason, okay? So let's take a look at VST. That's a big deal. I mean, to be added to the S&P 500. So there was the initial, I guess that was announced Friday afternoon after the market had closed, and nice little pop up here, but a lot of profit taking for sure. Just give me one moment. All right, kitty. All right, guys, let's see. Anything sneaking in here? So I was mentioning the XBP. but look what happened. So, when it was doing this, see that red candle now, but at one point it was up here. It looked like it might have been Look at that 10 SMA, that orange line on the 15-minute chart. That could be the block. All right, guys, here is another one that has some room, ALXO. Again, when you hear me constantly talking about, what sort of room does it have, look at the daily chart for ALXO. This is that red candle there is Friday's action. It was as high as 1713. I mean, it closed way down, down here, but it's trying to crawl back a little bit. And so when I talk about room, before it hits that next high, 1712, well, from 16 to 17 would be awesome, of course. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but what I like to do is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher if I want to go long out of the equation, which is the next high looking left. It may just stop right here, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance if I'm interested in taking this one. Give me one moment, guys. I'm going to. And I'm just talking internally to other traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So watching this market, guys, we're sort of in a little choppy area right here. We have some topping tails on the SPY, some bottoming tails, but the trend is still strong. We haven't had a big pullback. There are a couple of the Fed presidents are talking today, one at 12:50 and one at 1 o'clock, that could affect the market. If they start talking about interest rates again, and which of course they will. So hopefully some of you participated in the OM, guys. I mean, you should, in my opinion, you should be completely out of it, and maybe watching later on if it there was the alert at 388, okay, and of course before it pulled back like it has, it got up to 520, just a tremendous percentage increase. It is pulling back now. Maybe that 10 SMA holds on the 15-minute chart. Where's the VWAP? 457, so it's well below the VWAP though. But anyway, hopefully some of you took advantage of it. So, Kay, in our YouTube room, did you get all settled out or settled up when I had you go to our support? Did they help you figure out what was going on your system? What was the problem? If you can you sort of encapsulate it just quickly in case I could have helped you or somebody else with the same type of problem, if you don't mind. Oh, what you say? Am I pretty erratic? Keep an eye on this SYM, guys. This is an earnings play. Oh, I see. You had to completely log out and back in. You know what? Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason why something happens. And yeah, just do a complete reboot. And hard to know some of these crazy things that happen. I'm talking to Kay in our YouTube room. So keep an eye on SYM, guys. It's through the 200. Yeah, it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, number one. There is the next high. That's the next high on the daily chart, which is 45. That's certainly far enough away, a little over $2 away. Maybe put an alert just over 43, right at the high here, and see if it takes that out later and starts to run a bit. And that is SYM. Well, guys, Bull did a pretty good job at bouncing. A little bit erratic, but not bad. BOWL. Meanwhile, it looks like SGE just made a new high briefly. I think it did it pop up here and it came right back down. CSLR from draw. Let's take a look at CSLR over $1. I typically do not trade anything under $1. That doesn't mean you don't have to. Just talking to anybody out there who likes to trade things under $1. Yeah, I mean, to me, might have a little too much going on in the weekly little areas, but hey, great, great, great week last week from 38 cents almost to $1. Well, GME's been all over the place. I mean, if you have shorts available, this 1469, they're all gone now. They're all gone. For me at Interactor Brokers, I was just thinking about if this got down below 1470, I would have probably taken a short on this one, GME. But there were shorts available earlier, but they're all gone now. At Interactor Brokers, okay, I can only speak for Interactor Brokers. Your broker may have shorts available. So Mara, guys, is definitely trading on its own, okay, in terms of a crypto play, Bitcoin play. And that's all because of the S&P 600 being added to it. Because look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's off a little bit today. And let's take a look at Riot as an example. My guess is that there's no way Riot is up. Well, I'm wrong. So Riot is actually up a little bit, 5%. Mara is up. Just watching to see how well it holds over 20. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, select quote. Big float. I've seen this one in the past. 130. That's a nice move. 13% move with that float. 138 million in the float, at least according to our provider. Relative volume is 3.3, so it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day. Look at the GME now. Took out that what I thought might have been a pretty key level, 1470. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. Again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, do not be shy, okay? Okay, maybe this is catching up to Mara now. This might turn into an interesting short. Where's the next low looking left? 1956. Oh, there could be. There could be, William. Dip buying on the GME, as you know. Bull, guys, was very, very nice, okay? I was talking about this one as my bias earlier, of course, because it came from the 10-day daily breakdown, was as a short, but it could never really break down through 10. Now the SPY, see that little yellow line here on my SPY chart? That is the 10 SMA. So on Thursdays in our YouTube room, Thursdays is typically Steve Gomez. He takes over for me between 12 and 1, and he loves the 10 SMA. And so let's see what happens here. Let's see if that 10 SMA can provide some support. Okay, and that holds and then bounces off it. Well, yeah. If you weren't in it now, I mean, the breakover around 1010 was the ideal on bull. I mean, it could still go. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. I think it has room, right there. And it's got a little bit of room, 1069. That's very, very, I mean, it almost got there. Now, interestingly, it is at that 10 SMA. Will that hold it? Will it sort of broke through that 10 SMA. Where's the VWAP? 1016, way above the VWAP. But remember, it is an earnings play. It's not like, and it's still down 16%. Give me a moment. So remember, I mean, it is an earnings play. So for all the reasons that got hammered down, they're still in effect. It just turned out to be a pretty decent little bounce play. That's all. Now, a lot of these, if you're looking at bounce plays, I mean, if the market takes this out and starts drifting down, your bounce plays are probably going to be somewhat in jeopardy. But again, let's see if that little 10 SMA, that yellow line on the SPY chart, 15-minute chart, 10 SMA, holds it. Sugar. Don't have, again, no shorts for me for GME at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so IART, this is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. Wow. So it takes out 24. It has showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown at 24.15. So let's see if it gets down below 24. Number one, I'm going to put an alert around 23.86 and check the monthly chart. Where could it go? Now I have to check the monthly chart. Wow. I mean, where is the next area? You know what, guys? I'm going way back. I'm going back to 2018. Who cares? This takes out 24. I don't think there's any real support for this. It's already down 16%. It is an earnings play. Okay, guys, be aware now. 24. It's right at 24. Gets a little bit lower, and I'm probably in this short. 23.80-ish, probably. Not a recommendation to do the same as me, but Now, this 24 level, I mean, it's right at that 24 level. I'm talking about the IART. I mean, maybe it bounces off that 24 level. Where's the VWAP? It's 25.15, so it's way below the VWAP. That's not an issue. Can't even see the 10S. Well, it's way below the 10 SMA also. Now, some will look at that and go, well, I'd rather play a reversion to a reversion type play to the mean. And that's fine. There are all sorts of different ways to trade, of course. Meanwhile, as we wait, NRXP got room. 374, 373 is the 200-day moving average. So it's got room until it hits that. I missed it. Well, this is really moving now. Just a moment. All right, IART. Let's see if it's got any room now. Wants to move down. Boy, Mara really gave it up off that 20. I was toying with the idea of taking that over 20, but it really gave it up. 1942 now. Come on, IART, drop. So you're trying to play a bounce on GME, I'm assuming, William? Ah. Well, it looks like bounce plays are in vogue today. I'm just looking. Look at the look. Okay, it did dip down below that 10 SMA, but remember, it's an area, and then market just popped up. I'm just waiting to see. I almost got taken out of the IART, almost, but I'm just waiting to see if it has a leg down. It's basically where I shorted it now. Need that ask to catch up to the bid. and get that bid into the 70s. And just, again, this screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. What a great short GME would have been for a while anyway. I mean, that was the break right there. 1470 was the break. And it got down to 1410 so far. Ugh, I don't like the way this IART is trading. I really don't. Let me give it one more. Sorry, guys. I just have to keep watching this IART. Love to see it get into the 70s. I think if it got into the 70s, it might have a decent little move down. 2370s, of course, I'm talking about. All right, finally. And now every time I see this, again, for those who've been in the room a long time, you know, I my sound alert here is the pig, the grunt, grunt, grunt. So every time I hear that, I'm hoping to see IART as it keeps making a new low. And Chris, by the way, Chris confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room when I take a break in about 45 minutes. You know, I was not in this one at 24. You know, I always want to see a whole number break. All right. Now we're talking. Okay, guys. Now the market's a little bit in jeopardy of losing that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay, a little bit in jeopardy. Just looking at this again, that yellow line is a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That can provide support. You know, you see how it was coming into it. All right, guys. Okay. Well, for me, it's a winner. I've just taken some off of the IART. The market is really trying to hold that 10 SMA. Okay. All right, AIP. Let's take a look at AIP. See if it's doing anything interesting. AIP on a monthly chart, not a lot of room. Let's take a look at if I had a weekly chart, I would not be able to see these monthly candles. So looks like the next high is around 907. So it's too close for me anyway to take this trade, AIP. All right, guys. Well, that was quick. I'm a little disappointed that it didn't keep moving down, but okay. I'm totally out of the IART now. I will take a look at it later in case it wants to move down further, but I'm out of it. Stick an alert down here, 2353-ish, and see later on in the day it takes that out. Zila, I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. The XELA. Now I believe they've done some reverse splits anyway. 6 million in the float. Wow, look, I mean, look how IART just came right back up. Keep an eye on this SGBX. So I said it very quickly. SGBX, okay? You can see that if it ever gets rolling here, 437, I want to know about it. And then the next high is 450? 450, yeah. So I want to know about it though before that 450, because if it takes out that 450, look at the room it's got, but more importantly, look left, what it did on Friday. Yes, they did a financing, a $4 million financing, but it's at 290 a share, so it's well above that financing price. So the market is shaking that off. They don't really care. And you can see Zila is here. GCTK. Let's see what this one is doing. GC, oh, it's under $1. Okay, I may get rid of that, guys. I know some of you want to trade stock or don't mind trading stocks under $1. I may put $1 minimum on this one. AGBA, somebody was mentioning that one earlier. AGBA, that's been an active one, of course. 3 weeks ago, that's when it got started. AGBA. SYM now. So it's a very interesting level it's at now, SYM, through the 200-day moving average, above that high right there, which is 42.99, 43.15. Looking left, it's got some room to 45. So almost a couple of dollars It's an earnings play, but the volume has just dwindled. I mean, and it may keep going, but the volume has just kind of dwindled. I'd like to see a little bit of a volume thrust through this. You've got a bit of a spread issue to deal with, 4304, 4315. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. This afternoon? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. You're absolutely right. I'm so sorry, GB. You're right. I see that red. I wish we had a different way. I just sort of glanced. When I see the red, I just assumed it was this morning. So you're absolutely right. SYM is actually releasing after hours today. Post market. Should have read this a little more closely. We have, I think, red. Yeah. See, I wish we had a distinction because the red is both for pre-market and post-market. Just give me a moment, guys. All right. So now we know that SGBX is getting close to that high of 450. Okay. So now I'm going to put another alert and see if it just blasts its way through this. And we're talking about the SGBX. Again, I'm not suggesting anybody follow what I may do, but this is what I'm seeing. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry, was I on mute? Okay, I'm just talking about the SGBX, guys. I've taken some off, okay? I just can't completely trust it. But the bid is sort of dropping a bit here. OM nearing the VWAP, okay. 453 is the VWAP, so yes, it's nearing the VWAP, you're right. And there's that 10 SMA, kind of trying to hold it a bit. That orange line you see on the 15-minute chart, that is the 10 SMA. Steve would be proud of me for keep referring to it, and you can kind of see. Look at the SPY now. On the SPY, it's a yellow line. It's right at that 10 SMA level, right at it. So it could act as support. Of course, if it breaks down through it, all bets are off. Then you might look at a short. All right, guys, I'm all out of it. I just don't like this spread, okay? I mean, the spread is driving me crazy. 450, 464. So I'm all out of it. So it was okay, but it wasn't I was hoping it would be close to the 5 level. See how the spread is terrible right now, 47.68. We're almost making it impossible to trade it. When I got in it wasn't as bad. In fact, it wasn't bad at all. Stop with the GME new low, okay? RJ, if you want to get banned from the room, I'm kidding, of course. I'm just ticked off. I had no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I'm kidding, RJ, of course, and anybody listening. Oh, see, look how bad that SGBX is now. Well, that's why you have stops. You've got, and you cannot wander away. Oh man, Mara. I mean, what a crazy action this one. I mean, over 20. I was really considering taking it right here because it had room. There's the next high, 2048. Thinking of taking it over 20, but then it did this. And there's that 10 SMA kind of holding it. That orange line on the 15-minute chart is the 10 SMA, and it, came into it. Great volume. I mean, the volume has really not tapered off. This volume bar right there in the 15. I mean, it's just starting. It's 11:33 right now. 11:33. A very fast morning. Doesn't Reddit have earnings this week, Ori? I think Reddit has earnings. Let me just get Reddit in here. Reddit has earnings on the 7th. Yeah. So after hours tomorrow. All right. Ride just got halted, guys. Ride just got halted. Now, this could get really interesting. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 591. Okay. But ride got halted. And here is the potential. Okay, 565-ish. I mean, it got halted at 565. So if somehow it opens and then it comes down below 565 and then it pops above 565, I may take that trade. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 11:39 plus 9 seconds. I'm not too concerned about that high here, 591. This would be the target. See if it, a lot of shorts for me. 783,000 at Interactive Brokers for ride shorts. Not that I'm looking to short this one, but all right, guys. Well, I'm going to watch ride and see if it opens. First of all, 5 minutes. Usually the halts are 5 minutes long. Look at this SGE the last time, 10:02 got halted, resumed at 10:07. Usually they are 5 minutes long. I look at Nuvo, halted at 9:53 plus 24 seconds, open at 9:58 plus 24 seconds. Again, usually they are 5-minute long halts, these volatility halts. Aha, Singaporean stock is RYDE. Sort of a little Uberish. I don't think they have cars or anything like that, but they scheduling carpooling and ride hailing services. It's more of software, I guess. Let's take a look to see where, again, this is not changing very much. I've noticed that can happen, especially this is Amex, isn't it? It's not NASDAQ. What a great short at the top here for GME. 1740 on the high, 1397 now. All right, this will open if it's a 5-minute halt in less than a minute. Started trading as Ride. I don't know if this was actually an IPO or a SPAC that turned into Ride, but excuse me, started trading as Ride back here in March. All right, guys, 9 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So there's the halt price, 565. I want to see if it. Okay, so it is now a little bit below the halt price. Yeesh, not moving though. I'm seeing 545. See, the problem is the spread. I mean, 545 and it was actually 575. So the spread is not conducive to trading it right now. Yeah, I'm forgetting it. I'm forgetting too much of a pullback now for me. 525, 536. So even though, yeah, I'm just going to forget about it. This one has a little bit of room, guys. The MNTX, not a lot of volume though. Almost 5 times normal, but it's only 135,000 shares. So probably the volume is not great enough to get that interested. Man, this PSTV to me, it's very ugly looking on the weekly chart. Like all this chopping, topping tails, bottoming tails. This EYPT, I mean, it's possible that this is a potential bounce candidate. If it gets over that 10 SMA, so the rules are kind of as Steve would describe it, okay? You see there's the orange line. If you get a candle that closes above it, so you can see this, and it has to be a 15-minute candle, a 15-minute candle closing above it. If you can get this candle to close above it, could turn into a bit of a bounce play for the EYPT. Yeah, what's this one? MTAL plus type of. Oh, this is one of these. Okay, forget about it. Sorry, it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. So another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Okay, I'm losing my single stock. Let me see here. Losing my single stock window or data in that window. Reset the connection a couple. There we go. So you can see that GME is trading 9.4 times normal, okay, in terms of volume, but also its option volume. I mean, now you might look at that, go 165,000 contracts today so far for GME. You might go, wow, that's a massive amount. Well, is it? Is that abnormal? Well, it is abnormal. It's 200% of normal, so it's double, okay, what it normally would do. So yes, it is abnormal, but that's why just the absolute volume of contracts is not necessarily meaning that it's abnormal, but in this case, it is 200% of normal or double ratio of 2. Okay, guys. Well, again, in about 15 minutes, actually, Chris usually shows up a little bit earlier than noon. So I'll be taking my break. Zila is on the move, guys. I did not take this one. XELA is on the move. XELA, the next high looking left, 288. If it breaks through that, three. There's the 200-day moving average up here at 322. Man, oh man, Mara ticked me off. If I hadn't done this, I would be in this one just over 20, but wow. And it's got nothing to do with the price of Bitcoin right now because Bitcoin moving down now, big level. I mean, look at this 2250, guys. 2250, $2 to the next high on the daily chart. And all because it's being added. Why can't I see that news? So I do see this news. I just don't see that news about the S&P 600. I'm not saying it's not there, of course, but I just don't see the news on it. Why can't I see that news? I'm not disputing it, of course, Ryan, and I think Casa or Draw put that in there. I'm just surprised. I just don't see that news for Mara. Unless I'm just not. That must have been that must have happened Friday afternoon, right? May 4th news. Yeah. So I'm looking at May 4. It's interesting. Usually I would see something like that. Well, I mean, this has got a lot of room now, Mara. Next high again is 22.48. So we're talking at $2. Not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, it's got $2. Mike C in our YouTube room. All right, I'll put VST in there. VST, we know that's being added to the S&P 500. So, all right, so I see what you're talking about. So Vista was in the mid cap, S&P mid cap 400. So moving up to the 500, AAON will replace them. Anyway, I'm just surprised. I just can't see the news on it. Ute. Just want to put the announcement in. Not on mute yet, obviously, or not on my break yet. Okay, and here is the YouTube link for those of you who want to head over and listen to Chris when he relieves me in our YouTube room. All right, ESOA guys, Energy Services of America Core. So another one trading abnormally, 6 times normal, doesn't trade options. Okay, 0 options. So obviously it's not optionable. And looking left, you've got a little bit of room to the 835 mark. A few days ago, it did get up to 950 or so. A few days ago, meaning April 9th. So less than a month ago. So yeah, I mean that 10 SMA. I mean, you can just sort of see all the action at that 10 SMA on the SPY, and it, yes, it dipped down to below a little bit, but it never closed below. Ashok, good morning. Good morning in our YouTube room. Well, why didn't it? See, I would still be in this one, but of course I'm not in IART now. But I may. I don't think I saw any support for this one really. I think this was the one we had to go back, like way back. Let me see. I'm on the monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, I'm back to. Yeah, I'm back to 2018 now. Who cares? That's That's 6 years ago. So. Well, that's why I'm okay. I mistook. I thought it was an earnings play this afternoon. Well, it is actually after hours. I mean, holding that 10 SMA, a little bit choppy for me. Would have liked it a lot better had it been an earnings play now, and not this afternoon. I'll never hold through earnings, of course, but okay. So this MNTX, I know I mentioned it before. It has some room to about the 635 mark. What about Driven? I haven't seen Driven. I don't say. I know you guys are talking a little bit about it. I don't see Driven anywhere. DRVN. Yeah, the reason I don't see it, I mean, it's up 3.2%. So the lowest I've got here is 19%. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's bad, but you're right. I mean, it's got room. Got a ton of room. Had a horrible day. This was an earnings reaction, all the way down to $10. Came back a little bit on Friday, and it's above Friday's high now. Only a 5-year low. Okay. Still, Do we care about 5 years ago? I thought maybe in my monthly chart, maybe I didn't see it well enough for IART. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He'll be here, I'm sure, in about a minute or so. Oh, there you go. Okay, 2014. Okay, there he is. Okay, guys, Chris just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 o'clock. Putting myself on mute. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Farley himself into our YouTube room. So those of you who do not know, Chris is in our YouTube room Monday morning or Monday at noon, noon to 1, spelling me. And here he is.
Here I am.
The grand entrance himself.
Yes, yes. Interesting morning for you, Barry.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, nice gap up, and I see some things moving, so figured it had to be a decent morning.
Yeah, no, again, the crazy low floaters are doing it again.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised because I think the last earning seasons, usually what I've seen is that the low floaters take a break during earning season because, there's so many earnings plays that people concentrate on, but not seeing that this time. I'm seeing, it's earnings plays are still out there. We've got over 1,000 companies this week, but the low floaters are still in vogue. So it's amazing.
They certainly are. All right, I guess I'll make the screen swap and let you get onto your break if you're ready.
I am totally ready. Thank you.
Sounds good, my friend. We'll see you in a little bit.
We'll see you in a bit. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way out for his break. Make my way in here. Looks like the screen sharing is good. So you got eyes on my layout. As Barry said, I do the noon Eastern sessions here on Mondays. For those of you that are not familiar, it's an open forum. Always find it best when you folks are driving the content with your questions, things that you want to see, talk about. Of course, if nobody has anything that they want to talk about, see questions, anything like that, I do my best to keep it informative, interesting, and moving forward. Mike, see what's happening, buddy? How are you? Happy Monday. And I always say that I think it's best when you folks drive the content with your questions. Often the questions you have are similar or exactly the same as questions other folks have, and they often start a nice dialogue back and forth and gives us that whole community vibe. We're all kind of working through it together, learning and growing, and selfishly, it makes me better at what I do, troubleshooting and answering questions around here in general for trade ideas in the software. So with that said, the floor is open. Don't be shy. Ask those questions. I'll give it a moment here to see if anything comes popping in. And if not, I don't know, I guess we'll tour around the market or something like that, right? So Mike C mentioned the video. Haven't looked at this chart in a minute. So I guess party's still on for the moment on the video. Anybody wonders what do I mean by that? Topped out here and here, looked like it might be a double top. And I guess if we don't continue to move sideways at the very least for a little while, I guess you could call it a double top still. If it decides to roll back over. I'm talking about here and here. We sold off. We've got this bounce going on. If it didn't really sell off anymore, I wouldn't call it a double top. If it does sell off, then sure, we could still probably call it a double top, I suppose. But the video looking strong all the same right now as far as anybody's concerned. Say that, right now it's at an important level right around here. I think if you toured around some of the indexes, the SPY, the Qs representing the NASDAQ, you probably find those have bounced into an important area as well. My opinions, I never have an opinion on a stock, so we can look at a chart, but I don't have opinions when it comes to the stock market. I look, it's a very new issue, low float on that. I would say, you had a bit of a gap up here and just a really go off that gap up. And you're not finding a lot of bottoming, topping shadows on this. Throughout the whole thing, you got these couple of larger ones that happened here, at least earlier in the day. As we've gone in and we've seen the volume trickle down quite a bit, now we start to see a few more bottoming and topping shadows consistently. So I think you got a battle between buyers and sellers going on right now. $6 has defended itself well. The VWAP has defended itself well. On a 5-minute chart, the 8 EMA has defended itself well. For me to be interested in this, I'd like to see it take out this level, whatever that is right there. So let's say the top of these shadows here. Let's say a 760. So 760 would get me interested in maybe a run at 8 and the high of the day here. That's my 2 cents as far as the chart goes. If it gets to 760, will I be taking it as a trade? Probably not. I don't have it in me right now. I don't have the attention, the focus with tasks that I have around here with the company. I really haven't been trading much of it. I haven't been intraday trading, period, for a long time now. There's just other things that don't allow me to do it anymore to give the attention and focus that I would like to for day trading. So no matter what this stock does, I'll have no part of it today. If I did have time that I could allocate and really look at the market, then I would, it would be in serious consideration over 760. The other thing I'd want to see is this volume start to come back up as it moved into that 760. So that's my 2 cents on NUVO. IWM. Nice 4-point move, IWM. I feel like it's a lot of eyes on this one here. And that $200 level, I mean, just look at that as the magnet that it's been. Here's your end of October lows and just a really nice move up before we start to get that pullback into spring of this year. It's held this level in here, it looks like, which is another I would consider to be major pivot level. Look here, 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 and here again, right? So, I mean, that is a magnet for price. It held that. I bet if we zoom this chart out more, let's go ahead and zoom this out a little bit more. I'm going to find that level. Let me swap because I don't like this line. Let's go with that right there. Somewhere in there. But if we scroll out, look at how many times this thing is touching this in the past, right? I mean, come on now. All the way back here in what's that, 2020? Yep, the end of 2020, right? We came down, back under it, back over it and under it, fighting it, fighting it, fighting it, fighting it, fighting it. So for the moment, this has become support after it had been resistance all this time back here, right? So that level at 190, I guess, let's call it, give or take, has become support for the IWM and the Russell 2000s, and still range bound, still range bound, but showing some life and some strength off of that there. So I just happen to like drawing the lines like that better with that chart versus these charts. You can draw the lines here like this, but it doesn't extend out. Like if I start to scroll back, it doesn't extend out the same like that. So just a little faster and easier while I'm displaying there on the legacy charts with that. Well, Michael, thank you. How are you? Hope you're doing all right over there. I explained the difference between change from close versus gap versus change from open. Sure, yeah. So In the pre-market change from, let me find something that was active in the pre-market. Nothing's like special, but I just feel like it's good to have some pre-market data on the chart with something that traded some shares. So Apple's usually, traded in the pre-market, nothing crazy, obviously. But all right, so in the pre-market, gap and change from close will work exactly the same. So basically, it's calculating the change in price from here to any given point in here, whether it's change from close or gap. During this period of pre-market, they act exactly the same. However, the actual definition of gap is the change from the price at the prior close to the price at the current open. So once the open hits, the gap becomes static. That's it. It was what yesterday's close was, or last trading day's close was, because Friday was the last trading day, right? To this morning's opening print, and that's it. It stays static the rest of the day on the gap, where the change from close will continuously calculate still once the market's open. The change from open is just the current price versus where it opened, right? So on this initial candle here on the open, Apple opened at, Apple opened at 182.40, and it's down 182.08. And so that would be the change from open right there. So the current open price to the current price itself. And that's how those three work. So I know the gap filter throws some people off a little bit because it calculates the same as the change from close during the pre-market. But once the regular session goes live, the gap becomes static. It is what it is. It won't change anymore on the day, and you'd have to follow the change from close there afterwards. And then we have those. Let me just bring this up real quick, just to show off a few things here to not just for yourself, but just anybody in general, because this was something that was tough for me when I first was trying to learn all this stuff, however many years ago. And so I think it's good to show things like this as a refresher once in a while. So the change from close, we also offer, we've got it as a change from close on a dollar value, a change from close on a percent, and bars. It's going to be 15-minute bars. We do the same thing on the change from the open here on the dollars, percents, and bars as well. So, different people want to see different formats. I don't think, I don't come across anybody that uses the change from anything in bars. I'm not saying no one uses them, just they seem to be either less asked about, less used. Mostly people are using percents, but I do come across people that use the dollar as well, for sure. I think it's a higher percent of people using percents, though, in my experience, troubleshooting software over the last several years. So gappers after hours, not really, I don't think, because I feel like most people that are trading the after hours are treating it as its own entity. And so they would just use the change post market, is it? Hold on, I don't remember what we actually call the filter. Yeah, so change post market, and those are both in just dollars and percents here. So I don't feel like, this generally won't be a gap here. Like, you don't usually see when it comes to post market. Let me bring up Apple post market. So like you'll generally find, sorry, I want to scroll so we can see it a little nicer. So you'll generally find when we move into the post market, stocks kind of just like trade into that post market. On occasion with some earnings, or if there's some kind of like FDA news or merger news or something like that that comes after hours, then you might see, the close is here, and then the next candle inside the post market, it could open here. But generally, I think you find that it'll look more like this, like it just flowed into the next day. Of course, once this session cuts off and we move to the next pre-market, this cuts off at the latest 8 o'clock in the evening Eastern time, and this opens earliest 4 o'clock a.m. in the Eastern time, and that's where you see the gaps. But you see less gaps, generally speaking, from the market close to the post market, and that 1 second transition. I guess it really is. And then, yeah, change from open's intraday only. Yep, change from open will be intraday only. Ah, you're in that. Yeah, I've never used those candles. I know, I've seen people talk about them and ask about them, and I've seen them in CMT text. But I like my Japanese candlesticks. So, that's the short and skinny with gaps. Yeah, Michael, that's more or less the short and skinny of it. Yep. Oh, here's a stock that's an oldie but a goodie for me. So P10, as I often called it. This is a energy stock, more natural gas than anything else. And we could see it's, it never sold off like insanely like natural gas did, because it is, oil and gas wells, and they're a little more predominantly gas. The energy stocks where I really made my first successful long-term set of trades. So always interesting when I ever see that coming through here. And it makes me look at this here in all my sector analysis. I've got UNG here leading at the top, interestingly enough, and there's XOP down here as well, which is your exploration, your energy exploration, gas and oil energy exploration. So it's having itself a day. It's an interesting chart, actually, looking at it like this here. That's interesting. I've been energy interested for a while, but it hasn't convinced me to pull any swing trades in the energy sector yet. But it's lurking there. I'm watching that because if we get a break of that, and this is all subjective, right? I'm drawing these lines. They mean something to me. Someone else is going to look at them and be like, that's a bunch of hokum and hooey, which is, that's their opinion. That's fine. But I'm really looking at this like this here, that if we hold up over this level in the XOP, I'm going to be interested in some of these stocks again, for sure. Anyway, sorry, just popped across and kind of popped in my brain. I would say it's 3 time frames with even more than 4 choices, Michael, which, yes, it gets a little confusing. And that's why I always kind of look at it in the sense of, what do I need? What's relevant for me, kind of thing, right? Take 1 or 2 of them, test things on whether I'm building scans or if it's anything to do with the trading plan, see how it does or does not fit anything I'm trying to do more than less, and then, move and adjust accordingly from there. So, no, the set record count in the top list is just how many stocks can populate into it at once. The default is 100. I think I have the set. No, I didn't have it. Let's do this because I'm never going to have more than 25 on there. And the max is 1,000. So just like the max being 1,000 here, the max on an M window or an A window, multi or an alert window, is going to be 1,000. Once you get to 1,000, the first alerts that came on are just going to get pushed off, and that's how it goes. PR, that's another energy stock. This one looks real healthy. Look, we're going to have to put that on the like list there for a possible swing trade and watch that into the close here. Above that 1760 level, I'm one interested person in that. So, but yeah, there's no way to change that on the windows. 1,000 is all that any of them will hold, no matter what. Nope, no way to do that. It's going to keep alerting over and over again, as long as you don't have something like the don't repeat on there. Generally, I mean, people have a don't repeat on an alert window. Unlikely to see 1,000 entries on it, unless you just don't have like any filters. And what do I mean by don't repeat? This is don't repeat. If I right click the scan, go to properties, don't repeat, you can check that. And then if you click on it, you put the check mark in here, and these are the set time frames we have: 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30, hour for the day, or don't repeat ever. And generally, like I said, unless you've got an alert window that basically has no filters in it whatsoever, you're unlikely to see 1,000 alerts in there. Can it happen? Of course, yeah, absolutely. Do I want to like this stock? A lot of overhead resistance. Still in a downtrend. Nope, we don't want to like that stock. So let's see what else is happening here. Silver. It's up there. Uranium remains strong overall. Sideways for a while here, but the uptrend remains intact here. Got to get through this here, but that's looking fairly strong on the uranium side of things still. So energy. There's GDX, gold miners. Never quite played ball like gold itself has, which I find interesting. I think just gold is, it's just gold. I treat it like another stock at this point. There's your oil services here, OIH. So interesting, that's up here with the XOP, but I think I like the XOP chart a little more than this chart long term. Not a lot, just a little. Interesting base here. See if I can't boom out of that. Got it. I mean, the only other thing you could do to keep the count low is, once you, if you don't think you need or want any of those other alerts, what you could do is this. When you have an alert window, this is just, this is just a default window. There's nothing, no filters or anything in it. But like, watch as it populates here. All these stocks will just keep coming through. And then if I go like this, let's just say I go history today real fast, and then I go history back to real time, it'll reset the window and it'll kick out all the stocks that were there. So it's a way to reset it without resetting it. So that might be something you want to consider if you're just trying to dump the data out of those windows. And then the top list is easy enough because you could just set what you want that at, right? IYE and XLE are same thing. They're both energy sectors. And sure, NVIDIA's doing some heavy lifting to keep the SMH up here. Again, still in an uptrend overall. Did take a step down on my multi-period here. Let's see how that happens. Clears this. I want to really see it clear and hold this 220 level, I think, and then takes a shot back at 225 and 230 are the next logical places for it to go. JETS, Jets. I don't think I can make any productive comments in the world of flight, so let's just skip that chart so I can behave myself. PBW, it's your clean energy, and just to remind you that the stock market thinks clean energy is nonsense and a scam. There's no greater evidence than this chart. We go to a weekly on this chart, right? Other than when everything was going up nonstop coming out of the pandemic. This chart hasn't really done anything ever. And every single time there's a pop, it was sold, right? Once you would call it a bubble if you want. Once that bubble popped, sold off, bounced, sold off, bounce, sold off, bounce, sold off, bounced, sold off, bounced, sold off. And the bounces get smaller, the sells continue longer. So I think it would be wonderful if we could convert, wind in a reasonable way and solar in a reasonable way. These things are currently not possible with the technologies that are out there, and there is nothing greater out there to show you that that is the truth. Then people are unwilling to put their money behind it. So there's that. KIE Insurance. There's a whole lot to comment on this thing here. I don't even know I have it in there. Must have been something that got me interested in it one day. Probably a bunch of insurance stocks or something were on my scans in the evening. Software services. Doesn't really trade much, but interesting nonetheless, just for direction. SOXX can be the same as SMH. So I'm just going to plow through a few sectors here. But if people have questions, don't hesitate, right? Anybody at all has questions out there, put them in there. I don't want someone sitting there, he's answering so-and-so's questions, so I don't want to interrupt, or he's going over his own stuff, so I don't want to interrupt. I'm just out here throwing things out, catching my eye and going over some market stuff. Put the questions in by all means. Please don't hesitate. There's no reason to hesitate. I do my best to get to everybody's questions. If I don't know the answer, and that happens, I will simply say, I don't know, get you the email address to email me at, and I'll do some research. I'll ask you to send in an email there so I can mark it and track it while I do some research on the answer, and then get you the best answer that I can at that point. It does happen. While I know a lot about the software, once in a while, run across something that I'm unsure of or I need to do some testing on. While I understand most of the software, if not close to all of it, there are things I've never used. I am unlikely to ever use. And so when someone asks a question about them, I got to go through and do some testing and come back with those. The home builders, the homies, XHB. That's pretty dang bullish chart. We're on a weekly still. Let me put that back to daily now. Or not. Let's try that. There we go. Looks very similar weekly and daily charts. You gotta like when there's fractals on that, right? I'm sure you had people out here on Friday. Oh, look at that. Shooting star, blah, 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 blah. We're all doomed. Another shooting star that happened. Well, that's not a shooting star, actually, because it wasn't up above this candle. Anyways, I guess Hangman. So you had that here, and it's over for the home builders, blah, 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 blah. And they seem to have recaptured and held this inflection point here. Continue to move up. And home builders continue to look strong. Talked about the IWM already. There's much else to discuss there for the moment. And MDY is going to be your mid-cap trust that's evenly weighted. So for those that are out there, it's cap weighted, the SPY and the NASDAQ, and it's being held by 5 stocks. Okay, well, this is at all-time highs, basically, and that's not 5 stocks holding that up, right? It's 500 stocks that are holding that up that are evenly weighted. So for everybody that's ever said it's 7 stocks, it's only the Mag 7, I'm sorry, they're either terrible at math or they're purposely misleading people to hurt them. Those are the only 2 options. Either way, those should be people that you mute and make sure that you're never considering anything that they say seriously. MDY, your mid-cap trust evenly weighted. Gold, we kind of touched on gold when we talked about GDX. Here's gold just off all-time highs. What time was that AIP alert screen is slightly blurry? Check your whatever settings in YouTube as far as the blurry goes, because I'm broadcasting in HD. And that alert was at 11:24 a.m. Eastern and 33 seconds is when that alert came in. So right here. 11:24, excuse me, and 33 seconds Eastern on May 6th of 2024 is when that came in. So, KBE, your banking ETF. I do believe there were a bunch of knuckleheads the last couple of weeks. Something's breaking. Banking system, blah, 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 blah. Same crap as always. And it's same as always. They couldn't be any more wrong. I mean, they're not, a broken clock is right more than these guys are. So again, be careful who you're listening to and what you're reading. There's nothing better than charts. Carries your regional banking. It's not bullish looking, don't get me wrong, but it certainly doesn't look like there's a big banking crisis going on. And just for reference, this is when First Republic or whatever it was collapsed, and it was all over, and it was going to be a run on the banks and all that, and that never happened, right? So anybody that listened to that and made any financial decisions based on that garbage, they got hurt, And, am I saying you should have been owning that or buying that? No. But what I am saying is that if you took all these banks here and put all their market cap together and then times that by 5, it would still be less market cap than Apple has, right? It's not that they don't matter. It's just that they don't matter, right? So, math is important. Math is really important. You can't argue math. You can argue it, but that's, your communications, Vanguard Communications, or information, sorry, not communications, continues to just hold strong overall here. Again, like a lot of what we've seen, bit range bound right now, but it's kind of held some important levels through here, right? So I'd be keeping these things in mind. There's a lot of levels right now that are fairly clear cut looking, that you can make some simple if-thans. If above this, then that. If below this, then that. Does that mean that's the end of it? If something's below that pivot level, it's over? No, it doesn't. But these are things we can use to guide with footprints in the sand to likely scenarios. The if-thans are always if, then, likely. If above this, then likely that. If below that, then likely this. That's, more than less how it goes. How do you happen to have a low float Momo scanner, Chris, by the way, or could there be, you build one like, I don't use float ever. I don't care about the float of stocks, generally speaking. So, but you could build one, let's go do an alert window, for example. And, hide some of these unused ones. So we go float, and I can add float here, select that, add filter, and I don't know what people consider low float anymore. Well, let's go 50 million for example's sake here. So 50, you could either go, what is it, M? Does that work, right? Let me test this really fast. Yeah, so you could put 50M, right? And that'll give you 50 million, or you can do the 50 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Either way, if I came to the sum rate, it's giving me the same thing. So there's that. And we said $1 to $20, I believe we put there. And some relative volume we're looking for. So relative volume, RLA. Relative volume, let's add that filter. I don't know, let's throw a 3 in there minimum. I'm just kind of giving some examples out here, and I'll push this all the way through and then I'll share a cloud link to this afterwards. Maybe you want something else in here with some more intraday volume. So we can look at something like a 1 minute volume. Maybe you want to see it's doing, 5 times what it's normally doing. So 500 because it's working in a percent versus the relative volume is working in a ratio. So 500 means doing 5x what it's normally doing. Low float momentum. What else do we want for momentum? Not really a big momentum guy like that. I like Bollinger Bands for momentum. That's what I use in my relative strength from the open. So maybe Bollinger's. I'm gonna 5 minute and add that filter. And let's say we're 85% above the lower band. So maybe this is something good to start with, anyways. Here, and we'll call it low float. Michael S. And we could do our best on that. So if we go to symbols list, go to add existing list, let's go to ETFs, add that, put a check mark in it, and then make sure the drop down menus exclude the following. I don't know if you want to get rid of warrants, we could do that. We pick up a lot. It's going to miss some. But you can also create your own symbols list and add it to here too. Anything that comes through that you don't want to see. ETFs. There's a second ETF one that you can add there. You might want the NYSE special symbols. This is in alphabetical order, so you can kind of peruse through. Where is it? NYSE special symbols. How am I missing that? I thought there was one that was called NYSE specials. Maybe it's just special symbols. Special symbols NYSE. There we go. All right. Sorry, let me just cruise through a few more of the symbol lists, just see if there's anything else worth adding here. Isn't second warrants one? We can throw that on there. It won't hurt. 500, 2,000. Kind of stock market. There's global ETFs. Probably don't want to see those, right? Exchange traded notes. We could throw that on there. That looks like everything, I think. Yeah, so we'll go with that. We'll save it as is. Oh, sorry. One thing I forgot to mention in this. I've got going on right now the crossed above resistance, but with no hours trading. So, I'm using that for the alert. I don't know. You might want to use a new high. That's always popular. I've never been a big new high guy for alerts. The reason why is this. I am the king at buying the last or second to last new high of the day. Like it's just, I'm really good at it. And unfortunately, it's not something you want to be really good at. I guess if I was shorting stock, sure, that would be great to sell the last new high of the day, but it's also never worked like that for me either. So it's a kind of is what it is situation for me. I'm not saying I won't buy a new high on the day, right? But I just feel like when I'm tracking stocks through my scans and doing it like that versus a new high alert, I feel like I've got a better pulse on the stock as it's either making, as it's approaching that new high or making that new high versus just getting the new high alert. It's just my own thing. It is what it is. Know your limitations in life. One of my limitations is don't buy new highs or be very careful about buying new highs. So there's other alerts in here, go ahead and check them out. You might like something different, even a 5 minute or 15 minute high, we could type high and, we can see these different items that are in here like that as far as the alerts go. So kind of what I'd point you towards, but I just wanted to make mention of that because it is an important component of any alert window. So I'll go ahead and share this out, and then just ask anybody that decides to use the scan and take it. Just please make sure you share it to, save it to your own cloud, right? Because I go through my cloud every, let's say every 10 to 30 days, I go through my cloud and I delete everything I don't use out of my cloud, just so it's not all jammed up in there. I don't like clutter and all that. So I'd hate for you to take it and then you like it, and then all of a sudden I've deleted it and you're trying to use it from the original cloud link. It won't be there anymore. And, sometimes I can remember what we did, sometimes I can't. So just make sure you save that like that. And then, all right, let's see. Chris, you usually go slow on Mondays. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I don't like to rush into anything on Mondays, generally speaking. When I was day trading on a Monday, I'm going to need the 10:15 at least. I need at least the 10:05, 10:10 candles, AM Eastern candles to close before I'm really getting in anything on a Monday. I just feel like Monday is the head fakiest of head fake days. And what do I mean by that? So let me bring over an S&P chart. I just can't tell you how many times, on a Monday, I see something like this, and these first couple of candles, they look okay, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm going in on stock XYZ, whatever it is, on this day trade. Next thing I know, it was kind of trading on its own, not exactly maybe with the market. Maybe it was kind of trending up while the market might be trending sideways, or market isn't quite trending up as quickly as the stock was. And all of a sudden, the market does this Monday pullback, kind of mid-early morning, and then the stock does it twice as much, and I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm getting kicked in the head, right away. So that's why I like to go at it slower on Mondays in general, if that's what you mean. There's no races in this in the world of trading and investing. The only race is, I guess, with yourself, and I don't think that's really a race anyways. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a little different. I could, when I was day trading anyways, I could get into a stock as early as, and I guess I could get in as early as 9:45 Eastern. I like to wait for that 9:50, 9:55 candle to close, though, on the 5-minute charts. The head fakes still can be there just the same. I just find them a little less than some of the head fakes of Monday. Of course, Monday can also be the runaway day in the sense of, let's say we get a real strong close on a Friday, right? And we've just been in a bullish environment in general. And, there's been no news over the weekend, or, there's no upcoming Fed, whatever they do, and there's no upcoming econ numbers, whatever they are, and stuff like that. And we just got the trend is being ridden anyways in the overall market without an forced to act differently upon it. A little bit different to consider that, but we've been choppy, right? We scroll back on this 15-minute chart, or even let's break out a 60-minute chart on the SPY, right? I mean, look how choppy we've been since the all-time highs back here, right? Each of these dotted lines represents a day. I don't want to be that far back. Sorry. That's good. So, here's where we topped out at those all-time highs, several weeks ago. And, we had the pullback and sell-off down here before we get a bounce with the sell-off and a bounce with the sell-off and a bounce. And I'll note this, just looking at it right now, we talk about trends, right? So there's a low, there's a higher low, there's a higher low. Here's a high, here's a higher high, here's a higher high, right? Here's even a higher low still from this low back here. So, it looks like the trend, trying to be intact on short-term basis here on the SPY. Sorry, I'm getting on 5 different tangents at once. My apologies. Someone asked for what time it was. I'm trying to tell you how the clock was invented. Now, look, and I say all these things, and I can't tell you how many times, I'm really watching the stock. I'm really watching the stock, and I'm waiting for this candle to close, and bang, the stock just goes without me, and it's so frustrating. And then I jump in and I chase it, and next thing I know, I chased it 15 cents or 20 cents higher than I wanted to chase it at, and then the thing turns around on me, and I'm either getting stopped out or the next time it gets up, it never really moves back over where I bought it from, and I'm kind of exiting flat. So I got this cash is tied up in it and whatever else. So it's like if I were to tally, which I've done in the past when I was actively journaling all the time, if I were to tally how many times I like waited for something to be the right setup, got in it, worked out, versus I impatiently got in something when I was convinced it was going to be the right setup and then it didn't work out, I'm sure the right setup that didn't work out because I wasn't patient outnumber the right setup that did work out because I was patient 2-1. I'd be comfortable with those numbers right there. So, and look, it's hard because sometimes, I've missed some big ones. I'm sure other people could say the same thing. And you're like, oh, if I only got this one. But in the big picture, generally speaking, unless, you're managing, I don't know, let's say millions of dollars or something like that, never going to be one trade that changed your life. It's highly unlikely to happen when you're buying 100, 200, 300, 500 shares, unless you buy something, 500 shares at $1 and the next day you wake up, it's at $100 or something like that, which, I mean, I'm not saying it's never happened, but the likelihood of all that kind of stuff, you're not likely to see anything like that. So it's never about one trade. It's about the consistency of the system. That's what you really got to look after, the consistency of the system. So, all right. So I think I'm caught up here. We went over that whole low float thing with Michael. Talked about the, being, slow on the Mondays. So I think we were on the same page regarding that. Mike C. Commodities options trading for beginners, step-by-step guide. All right, interesting. I'm not a commodities or options guy. And I've been asked a whole bunch of times, oh, why don't you do options? Why don't you do commodities? Why don't you do Forex or all these other things? And my short and simple answer is this. I completely self-taught on trading, and it took a long time for me to understand stocks and, the technical analysis of stocks. And while technical analysis can apply to most any instrument, it's not exactly the same from one instrument to the next. Plus, you have to understand that instrument. And, I'm learning this stuff, it's not like I was in my late teens or anywhere in my 20s or even my early 30s when I was, beginning to teach myself this stuff. And so, trying to keep up with what I've learned here on equities and then add something else to the mix when I'm still learning and growing with equities, it just doesn't add a risk reward scenario that I particularly care for. So anyways, that's probably nonsense you guys don't care about anyway. Sorry. Let's jump through. I'm just going to jump through a few more of these sectors here. But again, don't be afraid. Throw out questions, interrupt me, ask, whatever you got on your mind. So we did some banking stuff, talked about gold, retail, XRT, right? Use the retail. So this one's, got to, pull back from, here's those lows. The rest of the market load out or bottomed out in end of October last year. And while this made a climb, still well off highs, right? Still well off those highs from back when. And I'd say this pullback hasn't been bought as much as the pullbacks in any of the tech stuff currently going on. And I can't really give you a reason. Sure, we could speculate for fun. Why not? Everybody does it. But, is it because, people are concerned about the consumer and inflation and all that stuff like that? I mean, it seems like an okay answer. The only hole that I poke into it, and I don't know what it's like around the rest of the country, but everywhere I go where I live, every store is full, every restaurant's full, shoes, clothing, whatever you think of it, shops are full all over the place. Yes, there are ones that are going out of business and things like that, like a lot of other places, but it's part of the ebb and flow of that stuff like that anyways. So it just seems like people are just out and around. I do live in an area that's mostly well off, let's call it. So like I said, I don't know what it looks like around all the rest of the country. I do travel within New York State a good amount. And, from from the city, from New York City, all the way up past Albany and way upstate New York. It's kind of been the same thing for the last year plus that I've been, that I move around. So anyways, solar stocks. This goes back to when we talked about clean energy and the clean energy fund. And, for the time being, people are not a believer in solar stocks, right? Let's go to a weekly chart here, and we could see, again, very similar to what that clean energy fund looked like, right? Everything was a bubble. If you want to call it a bubble, whatever. I haven't been a fan of the term bubble recently. I feel like it's something that people say when they're not making money, when other people are in the stock market. It's in a bubble. I don't want to be in it. Okay, well then sit on the sideline and don't make money. All right, your prerogative, but you're not going to want to buy it once the whole thing ends, right? So with all that said, it's not like you just go buy things, because they're going up. You buy things because they're going up and you have a trading plan with them going up. Anyways, long story long, nobody is a believer in solar energy, or anybody that's a believer in solar energy is either a new believer because they believe it's bottomed out recently, or they're a bag holder this entire way. And while they may be right someday, that day ain't coming anytime soon. I can tell you that right now. So, and that's no comment on liking or disliking solar energy. What I like is to make money, and solar stocks are not where you can make money right now. Communications, XLC, that's your communications sector, continues to be very strong looking here. Less of a sell-off than almost everything else overall, and as healthy of a bounce as anything else. That's a weekly chart. Look at a daily chart, right? So very interesting to look at. And here's the next interesting thing that I just realized, right? Here's when the market overall bottomed out last year, right? Towards the end of last year, right? This thing wasn't bottoming. This thing had already been in a long-term uptrend. Then there was that sell-off in October of last year, right? And then it just participated with everything else afterwards. So interesting to note there that while other things weren't so healthy through the second half of 2023, communications were healthier than all the rest. More sideways healthier, right? Because like this here, right? That first half of 2023 was the best start of the NASDAQ ever, period. That was it, right? And then there's a lot of pullback in the overall market through the second half of 2023 until we started, rallying into year end. This didn't really pull back like the rest of the market did. This stayed pretty healthy through that and then continued with the rest of the market afterwards. So just, things to keep note. No pre-market relative volume. Will not work in the pre-market. It will show, if you have it as a column in a scan in a top list, it'll show a 1 in the pre-market. It's an assigned value in the pre-market till the market opens. If you use relative volume in any scan in the pre-market, will block data. The scan will not work in the pre-market. However, you can use volume today %. So this filter here, you can use this one here. Sorry, I did not mean to cover that up like that. I meant to underline it, but I don't always draw the best line. That's what I'm trying to do. There we go. So you could use that one there. Here are the differences. This works a 10-day average. Relative volume works on a 30-day average. Relative volume is a ratio. So 1 is normal, 2 is 2 times, 3 is 3 times. This is a percent. So 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times. Relative volume is what I would call a reactionary filter. So for example, if a stock's pace of volume during the day picks up, you'll see relative volume pick up. If you see it slow down, you will see relative volume tick down. Volume today says this stock has done this much volume today. That's it. It can't be undone. So if something is done 100% of its normal volume over 10 days and it's done it all today, it can only continue to go up. You can never take that volume away. In order for it to not continue to go up, it means the stock would have to completely stop trading on the rest of the day. No more shares go in. That's the end of it. So that's what I'd point you to in the pre-market for an overall view of volume on an individual stock. On a shorter term individual view of volume on a stock, you could use any one of these. Sorry, let me get an alert window. That's a little better for this here because that has the 1 minute in it as a default. So volume. So these ones down here, the 1 minute, 5, 15, and 30 minutes, they work on a percent as well on 10 days. So this is 10 days, the volume today percent. These all work on 10-day percents as well. So again, 100 is 1 minute, normal, 200 is 2 times, 3 times, so on and so forth. These will all work in the pre-market as well. So and keep in mind that something that's generally doing crazy volume in the pre-market, it's crazy volume of the pre-market still may not be all that crazy for the regular session, right? So you might find something that's like really cooking and moving in the pre-market, but it's only at 50% of its normal 1 minute volume, right? So, keep those things in mind, that it's relevant to the time frame that it's in versus the open market. The other difference between the volume today percent and these ones is these ones are reactionary, like the relative volume filter, versus this one being, I've done it, that's it. These will move up and down because it's looking at the current rolling 1 minute time frame compared to the current 10-minute averaged rolling 1 minute or 5 minute or 10-minute time frames like that. So those are the things that I'd point you at in regards to pre-market volume and outside of just pre-market shares traded. We don't have pre-market as a individual shares filter. I think we should. I have campaigned for it. I have formally put in feature requests for it. Nevertheless, it's not something we've been able to add for the time being anyway. So just the volume today and shares, this filter here, that will have pre-market volume included in it, and then it rolls right into the regular session as well. So we do have a post-market that stands alone as far as volume and shares goes, just not a pre-market one at this time. Perhaps in the future. Never know. So that's kind of, the short and skinny there, Michael, on some pre-market volume ideas for you. And I know it always, often I get an email, oh, this would be so easy to add. And, the only thing I can ever think to people, because I used to think the same thing too when I was only a Trade Idea subscriber. I didn't work here. And I always thought, oh, this would be so easy to add. Why don't they just add it? There's more that goes on with our data than people realize, and there is nothing easy to add into the software. And I do mean nothing. As someone who gets to see the sausage made, I know, how many times someone's like, oh, I've been a software programmer for 35 years and I don't understand why you can't do this. And, once in a while you get a little sore and I'd like to fire back. If it's so easy to create a software like this, how come no one else has done it? Because it's so easy, right? And it's not. That's why it's not easy to do. That doesn't mean I don't think there shouldn't be things that we add. I certainly think there should be things that we add, regardless of being easy or not. But I guess that's why I'm me and they're them, and I certainly know nothing about coding. All right, let's continue to poke around here. Technology sector, XLK. This one pulled back a little more than some of the other ones that we were looking at that stayed strong. It's also now bounced pretty strong as well. Again, we looked at a NVIDIA chart earlier. Mike C was talking about NVIDIA. Pulled that chart up. I'm going to find the same thing here. Apple's had a bounce recently, right? Am I crazy? Maybe I am. Apple had a bounce. Yeah, Apple's had a good bounce recently after earnings. I can't remember why they bounced. I feel like there was something that they did besides obviously selling whatever the hell they sell, iMacs and pads and watches and all that crap. Something else they did. Anyways, there's Apple. I was going to fill that gap. It kind of looks like it a little bit. But anyways, I'm sure that Apple's played a big role in that. Tesla had a bounce too, right? So I'm just bringing these up only because, we were looking at the XLK and it's had a bounce. Tesla's had a bounce, almost filled that gap. We'll see if it can hold and not fill that gap. It's still in a very long-term downtrend at this point. Anyways, Tesla, right? SPY, we've kind of talked about that already. We looked at on that 60-minute time frame, and the Qs look much the same as all of that. RSP, we talked about the MDY equal weighted before. So this is the RSP, which is the S&P 500 equally weighted. And again, that's all-time highs. Not exactly far off those all-time highs. So for all the skies falling and all those things like that, it very well may fall, but hasn't done it yet. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Unlikely to fall today, I would say. So again, when you hear someone say it's 7 stocks holding up the stock market, they're either bad at math or they're really terrible investors and traders. There's no two ways about that, though. Cloud computing. So this thing had itself quite a bounce year end of 2023 into the new year, and has found itself lackluster since the cloud computing, right? So thinly traded, but all the same, I do feel like cloud related stocks are still important. One thing I do find funny is, local save your computer, cloud save someone else's computer. I do think of that once in a while. Your material sector, similar to a lot of other stuff here. Not as much sideways. Good pullback. XLU, the Utes. What exactly is a Ute? How many people know what that quote is, right? Interesting. Bottoming out. Moving up into year end. Selling off when not everything else sold off into the new year. Has been kind of a steady grower since then. Usually utilities are a defensive sector. You usually find those when people are looking to put money to work, but they're not liking much else in the market. So make of that what you will. Could that be some kind of hand tip to signaling ahead? I don't know, maybe. Oh, I hear. Oh, stock buyback on Apple. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they bought like a gajillion shares back. I forgot about. That's what it was. See, that's how much I pay attention to the news.
How big is a cajillion?
Oh, Barry,
How many zeros?
I think it's enough zeros to fill an oil tanker if you only made them 1 millimeter high each.
Okay. I'm writing this down because this goes in my book. Reminiscence of a Stock Trader by Christopher Farley.
And then one time this crazy person on YouTube said something about a gajillion zeros filling up an oil tanker.
Exactly. And he went on to become a fabulous
inmate at Bellevue.
Yeah, or that. One or the other. No in between whatsoever. Now, do you want to, Charlie wants an opinion about the MU chart. You want to tackle that? Or
Sure, why not? Let's look at MU. Okay. What does that look like? I have to imagine it looks decent. Yeah, doesn't look terrible, right?
Strong endorsement. Doesn't look terrible.
I know. Here's my thing. That gap, right? We didn't fill it, and we bounced off of that area right there. This becomes one of those if-then likely scenarios, right? If above 120, then likely bullish. If below 120, then likely bearish. That's how I feel about it. Bearish back down to that level that it held on the gap. Bullish back up to, I'm guessing that's all-time highs. No, 130. Yeah, 130.54. So that's that's my 2 cents, anyways.
What do you think of the SPY, man? Oh man, what a defense of 500. Seriously, I mean, that was
I thought the same thing, and I don't know. I kind of felt like I was becoming in the minority. I try not to think of myself as a perma bull, but I can't help it. I just like stocks going up. I root for the market to go up.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
boo when it goes down.
No kidding, of course.
And I just never felt like when we sold off these couple of weeks here, I just never felt like there was like panic. I just kind of felt like it was an orderly sell-off. I mean, look how long we were just up for.
Oh, I know.
And it just kind of felt like, and I can't stand where people are like, we're due for a sell-off. Like, we're not due for anything. We're never due for anything.
Exactly.
But it just seemed reasonable that there was a sell-off, whatever with the numbers that are coming out, farm and the Fed and whatever else, earnings,
inflation, jobs, the war,
exactly.
Oil,
but I just felt like I felt like we're in a lot of wait and see, and while we're waiting and seeing, maybe we'll just take a trip down memory lane on price. And we never even tested 490, right? Did we test 490 actually?
I don't think we tested 490. I think we got down to 496 or 491, something like that.
Yeah. So I'm in the if-then scenario that, I thought if we got above 510, then likely we see all-time highs again. If we stayed below 510, then likely we test 490. I think we likely test all-time highs again.
Writing down because we're over 510 and we're at 514 now. So we're going to test all-time highs. When are we going to do that, Chris, please?
Friday.
How about a week Wednesday?
I like a shot for Friday. Why not? I'm not wearing a suit and tie on CNBC right now to give my opinion, but why not? I'm going with Friday.
Okay, Chris, I better take over. I better take over in both rooms. Okay. Thanks
sorry,
again.
Terry.
That's okay. No, that's okay. Thanks again for spelling me, and I know we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. I'm now back. Let me make sure I take the screen back in both rooms now. And as I was talking to Chris, I see this MI. Wow. MI was halted again. MI was halted again at 9:01. Yeah, so somebody wanted to know where, I don't know why, but somebody wanted to know where the Berkshire stock symbol was. So if you've got $600,000 hanging around, you can buy one share. Okay. There it is, 607,000, excuse me. Now, if you've got that hanging around, you can buy one share of Berkshire Hathaway. Okay, thank you, William. So William will keep the room open until about 4:05 today. You wanted to short it, okay? Yeah, I saw that. That didn't seem to matter in terms of they took a loss in Paramount and sold 13% of their Apple stake. Okay. Well, I got rid of my bull way too soon. This really surged. I mean, that was one of the ones. If you were around earlier in the day, I was looking to short this one. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I was all over this one on a short. Well, all over it mentally, thinking, boy, this could turn out to be a great short because of the room it had. And then I said, you know what? Maybe we better flip the script, which I did, but it did not hold on to it. And this has just been a nice run from 10. Now $11, Bowl, BOWL. Cannot. Oh, you cannot, Mark. We don't have level 2 at all. Okay. I just do this. I mean, that's what I look at all the time. So we do not have level 2 at all. The question, I'm sorry, the question in our main room was, I'm subscribed to TI Pro. How can I display the level 2 data from Interactive Brokers within TI? You can't. Understand that the data from, we link, of course, with Interactive Brokers, okay? But it's one way. In other words, we link to them. They don't link to us. If that makes sense. Let's see where MI goes. So MI coming out of the halt at 9:01, and boy, it is choppy though. Wow. I mean, look at, yeah, I can't trade it. I know, I sort of say that I'll take one of these if it drops down below the halt price and then pops above it, but I mean, that's just too whippy. I mean, it may go to $12, but it's going to go without me. Meanwhile, look at Save. Look at Spirit Airlines. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this is obviously an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Wow. And also, I do have this GL thumbnail. So this is, I don't know lots to talk about it, but I mean, you cannot dispute the fact that it has kept crawling and crawling and crawling off the lows here. And the high looking left is at 82.48. So about $1 to that high takes that out. I mean, wouldn't it be something if it just completely recovers from that fuzzy panda hit piece? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I mean, all these law offices are so coming out and asking people to join a class action suit, but okay, Jeremy, I'm looking to build a scan for stocks up 2 times their ATR in the first hour and try to find an alert or filter to let me know the price is retracing close to, wow. I mean, it's easy enough to find stocks up 2 times their ATR in the first hour. That's easy. Okay. Now, retracing 50% of that move, that is going to be, I mean, what you could do, okay, and what you could do is build a symbol list. Okay, let's see. First of all, do you understand how you can find stocks up 2 times their ATR in the first hour? Let's start there. And I'm talking to Jeremy in our main room. I have an idea. Okay, I have an idea. I would create a top list. Okay, a top list window. Okay. Because then what you could do after the first hour, you could take the symbols that showed up and you could paste them into, I mean, this is, a little bit of work. And then you could paste them into a symbol list, and you could do this every day, of course. Paste them into a symbol list, and then with that symbol list, find the stocks that have retraced like 50%. Well, 50%, in other words, being maybe 50% of the high of the day, like within, or 50% of that ATR move. Probably could do. First of all, does that make sense? That you could build a symbol list of stocks that meet your criteria in the first hour. You would freeze at 10:30 that top list, and then you could copy the symbols into okay. So you could copy those symbols into a symbol list, obviously, and then attach that symbol list. Now, as far as retracing 50%, so now you only want a 1 TR. I'm assuming now you want it only one like one ATR, right? Well, he's gonna maybe, William. I mean, I'm open to suggestions for sure, but he has to first have that symbol list, I think, of the stocks that have done 2 times the ATR in the first hour, and then you could take that symbol list and in a top list again, like move that into a top list, just looking at that symbol list and putting then the ATR. Just like you could put a little bit under 1 and a little bit over 1. Okay, so that'll show you the stocks because you don't want to have it just at 1, half. If that makes sense. Because this is, first of all, I think people should understand also that this is how you can do the ATR. Where is it now? Here we go. Change from the open. Okay, the percent of average to range. So if you want it to be 200%, minimum. So obviously it's not just 200%, right? It has to be a minimum of 200%, or like 2 times a minimum, right? I'm assuming that. So you would add the filter. So the minimum is going to be 200%. I think I think what I'm going to do. And so you have this in a top list window. So you'll see the stocks after the first hour that are at least up double, 200%. Take that symbol list. And now here, you probably could put, I don't know, 90 to 110. So now, 90. I mean, you'll have to fiddle around with this, so now they've pulled back to 90 and 110. Okay, so it's not, that's going to be about half. I mean, obviously you don't want to put 100, otherwise you may not get anything. So you'll have to fiddle around, I think, with that one. Once you've got your symbol list that only has the stocks that are at least double. Right, exactly. But I would probably try that, 90 and 110, and then play around with it. And of course, I know you're going to have other filters in place, minimum volume, relative volume, a price range, etc. But at least you can have a symbol list that started off with stocks at least double their ATR after the first hour. And you know how to freeze, right? So a top list window, of course, you can just freeze it. So you'd freeze it at 10:30. So you have this thing. So you have your You have it running till 10:30, and well, whatever time zone. Of course, I'm talking an hour after, but not if I always use the Eastern time zone. So freeze it at 10:30, and then just copy the list into a symbol list. So when you okay, so Michael Storm in our YouTube room. So when you say you have a stock race, I say from the channel bar, is there a way to flip it into a regular window? So is this what you're talking about? I mean, a stock race is just a top list window. Okay, it's pointing to a top list window. So here's a race. Okay, as you can tell, I don't really do them anymore, but okay. And if I right click on the race, and then I open the top list. Okay, open the top list, and I'll pop on my other monitor. This is the top list window that this race is based on, if that's what you mean. Okay. Yeah. All races start off from a top list. Again, I'll just reverse engineer it. So here's your top list, right click, launch real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. And of course, you create your own top list window, whatever values you want in here, and then you can run a race on that. All right, guys, what did I end up doing? Yeah, I mean, I just when you see a stock that is so, first of all, big spread, up down, up down, up down, out of the halt, it's really hard, in my opinion, anyway. So there was no way I was going to mess around with it. But Shady, would the position and range actually refer to ATR though? That's what I was actually thinking of that too. Position and range, and just putting maybe, but would it actually refer to the ATR also? That's what I wasn't sure about. But that's, try Shady's suggestion also. I guess that makes sense. I mean, even if it's 10 times the ATR, when it drops to 5 times the ATR, I guess that makes sense. 50% of the day's range. Well, I keep seeing this EYPT in case it, and just in case, guys, in case it has a pop through this 10 SMA. It's been basing here for quite a while. Well, basing. Not really. I mean, they had a high 1271, but I mean, for the last hour anyway, it's been, just hanging around the 12 mark for the EYPT. Obviously, it could go either way. And this AIP, I know it's an AI alert, really has not moved. 886, 895 now. Just speaking about AIP, well, where could it go if it took it? It's at. I mean, it's obviously looking decent here. It had earnings. When did it have earnings? Had earnings. So the reaction was on May 3rd. And let's take a look at a monthly chart for it. Where could it go? So there's the high right there, 907. So it's 907 is the next high looking left. Just one moment, please. So anyway, sorry, $9 at for AIP, the next high looking left, 907, and if it could get through that, 979. So it's got. Let me just put an alert there just in case. This is an AI alert. I don't mind talking about it now. Oh, do you not know how to attach the symbol list to a top list window, Jeremy? Maybe that's what you don't know how to do. So when you say how do you pull up the symbol list, I don't know what you mean. Because if I want to, here's the symbol that, well, I think you said you know what you're doing in this regard. So here's your symbol list. You've created your symbol. Maybe that's it. You've created your symbol list. Okay. Then you have to add it. Okay. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Add existing list. And if you've created it, then you highlight it. You probably, if you haven't done very many, you'll see it immediately. You highlight it, or sorry, left click on it, and then it moves over to this column. Okay. Once it's in that column, then you can do only the following list and check it. And then it gets attached to however you're going to monitor it. Is that what you meant? The adding it? Okay. Yeah. So that's once you do it one time, of course. Now once it's in excuse me, once it's in this column, of course, you can add it to as many different top lists or alert windows. Okay. Once it's in this column, it's just a matter of course, starting the exercise off first with your, well, once you've created it, and then you're going to create your top list window or your alert window, however you want to monitor it. And then you right click and only the following lists and check it. So then it gets attached to the alert window or top list window, however you're going to monitor it. You should. Well, okay, Daniel, that means you haven't added the column. Okay. My computer's getting a little noisy, but okay. Yeah, just have to add the column. We have too many columns, but anyway, one column. Here's the columns down here. We have way too many columns. And just add the stop price. There you are, stop price, left click. Now it's over, and then you should see it. Well, this AIP is not looking too bad now. I mean, there's the high, 907, the monthly high, a little bit above that. So it's got some 979 is the next high on the monthly chart. It is the next high in the monthly chart. Obviously had a great earnings react. Well, wait a minute. Was that the earnings reaction time? It was post market. Yeah. So actually, here is the reaction. Okay. Remember, they released on the 2nd, but it was after hours. So here is your reaction really here on the 3rd, the next day, because remember, they released after hours the day before. So great reaction and follow through. Nice follow through so far. And some volume came in, a little bit of volume came in. It's like everybody was waiting for that 9 break. All right, guys, 128. So I think what I'll do now is just one last time, take a look at my homepage and the information you can find there, including the scans that I am currently sharing. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Promo code you can use to take out our subscription. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the code. The room will get credit for the subscription. Why is that important? This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is if you use my code, again, the room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos that'll get you started. Trading 101, if you are new to trading, this is a free series or set of videos that you can take a look at. Trading 101, about 38 videos. You don't have to look at every one of them, but it is free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free also. Trade of the week is free. Did it trigger yet? Probably not. SMR. Interesting. It is not triggered. So again, this is not a bad trade of the week. So when you get the email, you'll see that there is a price. Ooh, wait a minute. Well, by a penny. Actually, I guess it did. In theory, did trigger. I'm sorry. The trigger price was $6.30. So I can see that opening candle. It did actually hit 635. So in theory, not in theory, I mean, it did trigger. Okay. Now you don't have to take it. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 anyway, but so right now, have to wait and see to see if it can come back. If you did follow right to the email that suggests an entry at 6:30, I always like to wait at least 15 minutes. Big education section is here, and then here are my scans. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. The relative strength leaders is here. The halts and resumes is here, and I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing on my other monitors. You can take a look at them. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, the spread is tightened up a little bit, 73.84, a little bit. And the SPY is still strong, guys. We have not had one big, well, no, we have not had one what I consider big pullback yet today. So the guys who talked at 12:50 and at 1 o'clock, the Fed presidents, obviously they had no effect really, or maybe they did have an effect. I mean, there's 12. Wait a minute, so maybe the first guy had a bit of an effect, but maybe not. Maybe it's all. Maybe this would happen anyway. Well, guys, this was a good bounce. I mean, I saw GME and I saw the bounce right around here, and then it took out that 10 SMA. I think it was on my break. Yeah, 12:45. Took out that, it closed above that 10 SMA. M I. Wow. Well, okay. How crazy could it get? 1672 is the next high on the monthly chart. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. And next high is 1185. Daily high is 1088 or 1091 or so, 1089 to be exact. Oh, man. Well, had it not been so crazy around here, I would have probably taken that on that break, but I just got was a little too crazy for me. Nice spread now. 1039, 1073. I'm just kind of watching it now, guys. I want to see how if that spread can really tighten up a bit. I mean, it's still got a little bit of room here, and if I take that out, it will go really crazy. 1187. Holy son of a gun! Well, next high over here. I mean, 1192. Next high. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Volume is still, look how, this is the biggest volume bar of the day. Boy, give me a moment. Well, guys, I mean, you're obviously on your own in this one. I mean, this is just, next high again is 1180, 85. And this is one that I don't think I know somebody pointed this out on Friday. I think it was in the pre-market, this MI. I don't think I'd ever seen this one before. Had a nice day the day before. That's Thursday. That's Friday. Of course, look at today. Boy, what if it takes this out? And I don't think there was any news on this one. Not that I could find. I don't think there's any. I don't see any news whatsoever on this MI other than low float, Hong Kong. Yeah, I'm going back a few days. I don't see anything on this MI. What? Okay, a reverse split in April 12th, but other than that, it's an NFT. Okay, I didn't even know. Thank you, Danny. So yeah, so this is an NFT. I haven't seen very many of the NFT plays, and they did a 1 for 50 according to both Danny and Draw on the 12th of April. But it's an NFT. Remember, I haven't seen an NFT play for a long time. Back when the NFTs were going crazy, I don't recall seeing this one. But right in its name, NFT Limited. Okay. All right, William, you're talking about GME and the VWAP. Let's take a look at GME and its VWAP. 1517 is the VWAP. So what did it get to? It got up to 1520. You're right, that may have stalled it. Well, Palantir's kind of been all over the place, but PLTR, I guess really not. Okay, it had the pop and then just did nothing for a couple of hours. And now it's making a new high. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 2549. So we're getting very close to that. And that is PLTR. Well, GL making another new high for the day and getting closer and closer to this little area here, 8216. So getting closer and closer to that high. Trend is still up on the daily. What's the volume on this MI? It's not incredible. I mean, it's only 1.9 million, 2 million right now, 2.42 in the float. So it's not like it's insanely high a volume. Yes, relative volume it is 92 times normal, but the absolute volume, I mean, it hasn't even traded the float yet. If that float is correct, let's see. Let's take a look at that other website just to check. I want to see if that float is about the same as what we've got. And the answer is yes. In fact, is right on. So it hasn't even traded the float yet. So for it to be up, 80% without trading the float is, interesting to say the least. All right, what did it pull back to? 955 is the VWAP, so not even close. And there's that 10 SMA way down here. So there was no real pullback area on my chart anyway. Boy, this is so, I mean, the longer it holds 11. Boy. Okay, guys. Okay, is there a search for the 10 SMA and 130 SMA crossover? Yeah, John, as the day progresses, I'm starting to get a little noisy down around my feet, which is where my computer is. So no, there is not a search for the 10 SMA and 130 SMA crossover, North End. The only crossovers we have for the SMAs are and maybe you've already looked at this, SMA. So these are the only crossovers we've got. We've got a few, but not that one. So and on the different time frames. So 5 period crossing the 8 period, 1 minute, et cetera, et cetera. But nothing for the 10 SMA crossing over the 130 SMA. No. Okay. There it is. You're talking about LCTX. Yeah, it's in my momentum scanner anyway. Yeah, I saw it, and I thought, okay, but if I look left, I just see all sorts of little areas where it could stall. That's me. All right, I'm just going to shut down Trade Ideas and relaunch it. I just want to see if that helps a little bit going into the close. I don't really care about the original alert so much, but let's see. All right, guys, I'm back. So I guess the only thing we can really watch, you all see GME? We all did. Yeah, definitely saw the bounce. It's sort of at the VWAP right now. I believe GME is sort of at the VWAP right now. 1517, a little bit above it now. Yeah, that showed up on that scan that I created last week. The gap down and reverse on 5 minutes. That showed up right when I was during my break. Now, this is shortable for me. Yeah, so this is a little break now, guys. The EYPT. This is a little bit of a break out of this, and this was, of course, an AI alert to short. Well, you know what? If it takes out the low there, I mean, it could get really rocking down. So I'm going to stick a price alert 1165. And see if it takes that out. Because this could be one of those late day breakdowns now. And that's the EYPT. Every single virus, NNVC, okay? Including computer viruses. We're just talking about human ones. Of course, I'm just kidding. NNVC, okay? Let's take a look at NNVC. Yeah, against the bird flu and influenza A. I know. Highly sarcastic. Float is only 11.2 million. Starting to see more Amex stocks now. I don't think I saw too many Amex stocks over the last while. I think MI is an Amex stock. I may be wrong. Yeah, no, it's an Amex stock also. All right, let's see if EYPT can have a nice little drop now. I'm in it. Pretty tight stop. Yeah, I was actually trying to get out some, but I don't have a lot of faith in the late day shorts, but as much faith as I have in some of the late day pops. Give me one more into the 30s. Talking about EYPT. I mean, the reason, of course, I'm doing this is because, yeah, well, you're talking about 5. There was there's the low. 576 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyway. It was just doing all this. I don't know what caused this. I mean, it must have had some kind of crazy news, or maybe not even crazy news. Just, well, it's a high float. Well, not low float. It's 45 million in the float. So something juiced this thing in November, last November. Well, GME did not respect the VWAP. In other words, it did not stall at the VWAP. 1518 tore right through it. And also through the 200-day moving average again. So the memers are definitely still controlling this. It is down 5%, but it is rallying. So, guys, the SGBX hovering around 5, inching its way up. Trend is up. Oh, I see what you're saying, John. So you're saying the drone is putting you to sleep. Talking to John in our YouTube room. Well, that's it for me, guys. I mean, the EYPT gave me a little, but nothing. Nothing great. It's the SGBX could be the late dayer. Okay, we've seen could be the late dayer. There's the high of the day right there, 507. Okay, 507 is the high of the day. So I'll put an alert there. And then, of course, the high in the pre-market was way up here at 660. And the high on Friday was way up here at 931. They did a financing, but the financing's at 280, 265, 290. Okay, so certainly above the financing price. So really that has not affected it. Lucid, okay, Lucid, LCID. Somebody's ticky is yeah, same kind of thing though. When I look at it, I think to me there could be all sorts of areas that could stall, could pop right through this, of course. EV play. It's an impressive bounce for GME, guys. I have to admit, very impressive. Could have waited for this. There's the 10 SMA. Yeah, and the volume has not abated for GME. Look at the volume. Look at the volume has really picked up since the lows here, right? Since these lows here. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'm going to probably wrap my portion up a little early. I know 3 o'clock is what I kind of say, but I think I'll wrap it up a little bit early, maybe about 2:40. Okay. So William will keep the room open. So I've got maybe another 30 minutes. I will stick around if there are questions, but William will keep the room open until he said 4:05 or so. That's the main room. Okay. RX. Haven't seen this one today at all. And the reason being is that your relative volume, yeah, is only 0.78. So I won't see this one at all. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing perhaps is coming into the 200-day moving average. If it can break through that 200-day moving average, next high is around the 10 level, but the relative volume is very low. It's a big float, 189 million. So okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Give me about 5 minutes or so. What time is it now? About 2:12. So say 2:20. Yeah, guys, I'm going to be a bit longer, maybe even 2:30. And when I come back, I'm probably going to shut down. So time is it now? 2:16. Yeah. So I'm probably when I get back, I'm just going to shut down. Things are happening around me. Okay, so 2:30. Okay, or 2:30. Okay, guys, I am back. I do see that SGBX took a little pop now. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to shut myself down at 2:30. Okay, I just there's some things happening in the background that I really have to take care of. So, do apologize, but William will keep the room open until 4:05. He said, okay, the main room. So before I do leave, give me a moment. So before I do leave, in the YouTube room, I will put the main trading room link, so you can head over there. I say that room will be open until about 4:05. Yeah, guys, I do apologize for having to shut down a little early, but I have to do it. Okay. So, guys, thanks a lot again for all the help. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I know you guys can still hear me, so I'm shutting you guys down now also.